Nancy Guthrie has been missing for well over 100 days now. And I feel like we really haven't had a lot of updates on it. So JLR's going back. I'm going back. I think maybe Ted's going back. And I want to go search. Me and JLR were talking about possibly searching like gold mine or abandoned mines, mine shafts, and things like that. We're gonna drive right here, so I'm going forward facing, so I gotta mess with it. So I was gonna leave last night. Things kind of changed for me. I had a couple things pop up, and here we are. So, but it feels like, I'm gonna be honest, guys, it really does feel like, you know, the sheriff's department is like neglecting this case, and they're shaming everyone that questions it. So if you're going to question the case, it feels like they're going to bug you. Potholes. So I have approximately an 8-hour drive to Tucson. I had about $10, I think, in gas donuts, which is super awesome. So the person that sent that $10, thank you so much for your gas donut. I always got to make sure that people get a shout out for that, because that's actually really awesome. Nancy Guthrie, guys. I talked to Nico. I was gonna do a live stream with Nico, but I kind of spaced it. The other day, I have to call Nico and talk to him. I didn't have any air conditioning for like almost 2 days at home. About 2 days. It was actually pretty freaking miserable. The hot days too. It was not very cold. Thankfully, my buddy with his AC company, they came out and they got it fixed. And then after that, my kids got sick. They're home from school. And then my wife, we just had a lot going on, man, and kind of life just happened all at once. So I missed a few Bakersfield live streams. Oh, this isn't even on, man. Let me do this. There we go. I did miss a couple Bakersfield live streams, and you know, I wanted to connect the Starlink real quick. That way it can get us through. We are only live on YouTube tonight for the drive, because every time it buffers or we hit a bad spot, Facebook restarts, and I don't want to do that. So, yeah, so here we are. We're 8-hour drive. Let me see. Is Alex live right now? Criminal Network? Oh, hey, my wife made Alex a shirt. Oh, he is live. Oh, he's got 1,600 people watching, dude. Let's go. Yeah, he's a little bit busy though. So, my wife made Alex a shirt. It says Criminal Network on the back. He actually has two of them, a gray and a black. We're just messing around. And then also, I kind of want to make a statement. I don't know what size shirt JLR wears. So I'm gonna call JLR. I'm gonna call JLR. I made JLR a shirt, and I really hope he can wear it. Whoa. Let's see. He might be sleeping. So I do want to make a statement. I want to make a statement to Pima County Sheriff. I want to make a statement to the neighborhood out there. We aren't giving up. You might bully us. You might try to pull us over. You might make it no parking. You might try to threaten us with impeding traffic by having our foot touching the asphalt. You might try to intimidate us. Hey, it's Robin. Thank you so much for becoming a member on this channel. Let's go. But we aren't going anywhere. Sue Ellen, you were such a sweetheart when I talked to you. Why are you being mean to everybody? literally, people only want the Nancy Guthrie case to stay alive. You know. Thanks so much for being a member, Christy, on this channel. I appreciate that. But I don't know. It was a YouTuber that helped solve the Gabby Petito case. You got who's AJW? Just found some human remains. While I was on my way back from Colorado, he found some human remains last week. We got Nico. Nico has found tons of missing persons. You know? And then you got the real Cajun Army. Haven't they found people? Why are they not encouraging searching? What does the sheriff department know that we do not know? Sheriff Nanos. My goal is to find you, Sheriff Nanos. My goal is to find you, Mr. Sheriff Nanos. I want to find you. I want to say, Sheriff Nanos, my name is Jacob with Dad's Gone Live, and I would like to ask you to step down from sheriff. Would you please listen to my plea and resign tomorrow? Sheriff Nanos, can you please step down? Will the real Nanos please step down? Hey, thanks for that gift. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? So, hey, unique bargain. Oh my God. Oh, Stormy Roses. I'm sorry. Stormy Roses, thank you so much. Came through with 30 bucks. We have now had a total of $40 in donations for this entire trip, so I'm very thankful for that. That's actually huge. Stormy Roses, thank you so much. She just came through an unsolicited gas donation. Unsolicited gas donation. Thank you so much, Stormy. Sue Yellen has a restraining order against her. Oh, Sue Yellen. I got 8 hours. I left about an hour ago. Stormy, thank you so much. I truly do appreciate that. Yeah, I got the scooter. Meet. It's in the back. Oh, I gotta put it on the charger. Okay, it's on the charger. To turn on the charger, all I had to do is push the button. It's in the back. It's plugged in. It's on the charger. Oh, Sue Yellen. Scooter gang, scooter gang. Yes, I am going back. I'm going back to Tucson. Yeah. I'm going to look for Nancy. What about Adventures of Jim? Has anybody heard from him? Hey, let's go with the disco kitty. Meow. That's a meow. How far am I from Tucson? 540 miles. Hey, LGCS came through with a 20 towards gas. Thank you so much. LGCS. Thank you. LGCS. I do appreciate that. That's $60 we've had in donos so far towards this trip, and I'm going to count every penny because I'm very thankful for it. Thank you so much. That's LGCS just came through with $20 on Cash App. Hey, we got the little, I don't know what that is, Stormy. Thank you. Let's go. Party. Can't get up. Oh yeah, party. Jim Explorer went back from Mother's Day last weekend. Oh, that's cool though. So we need to give a shout out to all of you that's helping us keep this case alive. Because without you, us YouTubers are nothing. You guys know that, right? Hey, let's go! Lori, let's go. Ted is at Alex's. Juice and Mark are at Nancy's. Oh, nice. Mark's back too. Mark the Shark's back. Oh man, that's awesome. Mark the Shark, Juice, Ted, and Alex. I'm gonna call Alex right now. I didn't know Mark the Shark's going back either, dude.
Juice is up there?
Hey.
Yeah, you're live, motherfucker.
Hey, what the fuck? What are you doing?
Hey, hold on. I thought I had the volume all the way up. Can you say it again?
I said, hey, what the fuck?
Nah, what's up, there? Where you at?
I'm like kind of far out, dude. I'm gonna be there tomorrow morning.
No, that's all good. I'm there. I figured, like, you know, yeah, you'll get here eventually.
Yeah, I mean, life with kids, man. They're all little, so it's kind of hectic. But
family first, bro.
Yeah, so I figured I'll drive through the night, go there, take a shower at your place if you're cool with it, and then we'll live stream during the day. And all of us get together. Yeah?
Nice.
I got you.
We'll figure out the plan. Yeah, we'll figure out the plan because I don't know what everybody's going to do, so I don't want to speak for everybody else. I know is that I want to go out of town. Is me personally. Like as far as I want to go to something, sheriff's station, something. If we're all going to be there, let's make our presence, whether it be at Nancy's or.
That's the other thing. I tried calling Ted. I didn't know who was all going to be out there. That's kind of what took forever for me to leave today. So, yeah, tell Ted I'm the guy that keeps on calling from California. Yeah, I left you a voicemail, I think. It probably went like...
Sorry, I had complained voicemail, so I never even tried. I apologize.
I'm teaching them how to block motherfuckers.
Nah, it's okay. I'm going to hashtag block Ted back. But, I made a couple... I don't know what size shirts people wear, so I made a couple shirts. They have the Bring Nancy Home banner on the back.
Oh, nice.
And I was thinking, you know, I think I got like 3 of them. Alex, I got one for you, and then I got 2 more that are extra large, 3 more that are extra large, and I got one for me. So I figured maybe we can wear them when we make a stance at the sheriff's department or go to the neighborhood and wear them. I don't know. I just thought it'd be kind of cool to make a statement. Like, we are not leaving. We are not giving
I got a sign. I got a sign here, so
you
taking it with me.
As far as I'm concerned,
First Nancy Guthrie.
like to Pima County, you know, even though I want to be respectful to the sheriff, to Pima County and to the neighbors, you guys can harass us. You guys can try to intimidate us, but we're not leaving.
We don't want that.
No, but they've been trying to do that. They've been doing that to you guys.
Hey, I know there's that Sloop Intuition parked their scooter there, and they didn't have a problem with it.
And all of us out of towners, man, we got you guys' back.
Yep.
Thanks for the shirts too.
Yeah, thank you. That'd be awesome. Tomorrow, I get one of those?
Yeah, as soon as I get in town, I got you one. I think I got three shirts that are extra large with a Nancy Guthrie on the back. It's a yellow ribbon. It says "Bring Nancy Home." So
Awesome.
I don't really know who all was going to be out there.
Yep.
So,
No problem.
and then I kind of dropped the ball, man. My AC went out, and my kids got sick, and it's just been a hectic couple days. But now I'm on the road.
Oh, it's great.
Life be lifing.
Life be lifing, and you just bounce back and keep on rolling. So what?
Yeah.
What's going on? Like, what have you heard about possible plans, or what do people want to do?
I don't know. I know that eventually some people they want to go to mine shafts.
Yes,
I don't know.
I
As
have
far
my,
as like,
I have my GoPro and a rope, and I want to, if we can find some mine shafts to drop the GoPro down in and see if there's anything down there at the bottom, tie a light and a GoPro. I think that'd be cool.
That'd be great.
yeah, that would be tight.
And then
You bring a drone?
I brought my drone.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
And then I also, my goal,
Let's
for
see that.
my personal goal while I'm out there, the mine shaft thing for sure, but my personal goal is I want to see if I can find Sheriff Nanos while I'm out there. And I want to walk up to Sheriff Nanos and say, Sheriff Nanos, on behalf of Dad's Gone Live and all of us out here, I would like to ask you to kindly resign. And I know he's going to laugh in my face. He's just going to shrug it off and walk away. But that is my personal goal. Is that
Hey, I love it.
I mean,
Yeah. That'd be great.
if a lot of people asked him in person without harassing him, you have to be legal about it. You can't be, you have to be kind. But if a lot of people, like the public, were to ask him, and when he walks into a store and says, "Hey, would you please resign?" Dude, instead of just hearing it on the internet, what if he hears it in person?
Right.
So,
Yeah, that'd be awesome. I'm gonna get film of that for sure.
oh yeah,
I love it.
I think we should all do it. We should all do it on separate days, one by one by one.
He's only 5'6".
Yeah.
I'm not saying that means anything because I've got some pretty tough motherfucking shirt dudes that weren't.
Well, it's not
Very
that,
tall,
dude.
but-
I heard rumors that when he doesn't like you, he has his sheriff posse start messing with you and like pulling you over and stuff. Didn't they pull over Exploded with Jim, the Jews, and now 857? That's a lot. I've heard bad stuff. So I think what I'd be worried about is retaliation from the sheriff's department.
Couldn't doubt it.
So-
I mean, I'm with you.
What about Ted? How you
I
been?
know what they're doing,
For sure, yeah.
but really, I'm looking at the ordinances, and if the ordinance, I was kind of looking at the laws on my co-pilot,
Yeah.
and what they're doing is pretty. I mean, is as dumb as it sounds. It's in their bylaws. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're using the fine print to mess with us.
To be honest with you, shouldn't even give them any ideas. They could even have a standing ordinance. As stupid as that sounds, I'm looking it up, Arizona law. Just funny. And then even if the car is just, I was looking up what's considered parking. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I thought if the
This is
vehicle was
a lot.
on and in drive, it's not considered parked.
What?
I thought if the vehicle was on and in drive, it's not considered parked.
I don't know. That's what I always tell people. I go, if it's not in park, it's not considered stalking.
Yeah,
If
because
you're just driving by.
Oh, yeah.
And then even if you go real slow, as long as it's not in park, in court, it's not stalking. I mean, I've heard.
we're talking about parking, not stalking.
I know, but hey, you know how Ted is. Ted be bringing up crazy shit, What?
I said, okay, Sue Ellen.
Yeah.
Hey,
She met
Hey, Alex, today, 857 got in shit for talking on the phone for 2 or 3 minutes. Stop.
so what do
look
they
that
do?
up.
They want you
For your
to.
own safety, you're allowed to do that, but they could also consider that parking. But it has to be.
So that's the reason
It's
they
all
called.
about the
They called because
explanation.
of that.
I know, but it's all about his explanation, really.
And then
Oh,
the
yeah.
cop said he was parking. He said, I didn't get out of the car. He said, no, you're still parking. Not to get out of the car to park.
Yeah,
No,
They let him off with a warning because of his plate.
yeah. I saw the video on. Somebody reposted the video on X and tagged all of us, and I was like, what the heck? That is like
That's why I get.
petty
That's
level.
why I get dropped
like,
off.
Ultimate petty level. Well, on top of that, I mean, weren't they having contractors and stuff in the neighborhood? Aren't the contractors allowed to park in the
Still.
neighborhood?
Yeah, everybody else is. I don't know.
What if
You
we
know?
what if we played their game and you see a car stop in the middle of the neighborhood, you call it in?
If anybody was there, if anybody was able to make it here today, there was an actual, was it an open house at 2215 Ganado? The house has been for sale for a minute.
Oh,
I couldn't make it out there.
Is that the one on the corner?
Yeah, so people had to park there.
Did they
Wonder-
call it in? Because it's no parking.
Oh, maybe that's why they skipped. What?
So they didn't they were allowed to park when there's an open house, but they're
I
not
don't
allowed to
know.
park when it's media.
Exactly. I just don't know if they showed up or if there was parking.
So
First of all, the sheriff wouldn't be called for parking. Simple as that. It's parking control, right? It's whatever.
But still, though, it's not considered Tucson.
They're there for, no, they're there.
It's outside of it. It's kind of like considered
Yeah,
that.
it's
you know,
county.
outside of Tucson.
Even though it
yeah,
says
county.
Tucson on the address, it's still county. It's just outside.
Right,
city
Tucson
limits.
PD.
So you guys have separate parking control or whatever?
Tucson PD, they do parking, but I don't think there's any kind of
Really?
thing in the, as far as, you have to look up Arizona law. I don't know.
I thought most places have their own parking control now. Like,
Oh, no, not every place. Big cities have them. Have little, you mean meter maids? Is that what you're talking
I
about?
mean, actually, people that come out and respond to parking
Oh,
plates,
shit.
like bylaw, you know, like city, county, whatever, not sheriffs.
That's all
Yeah, it's
interesting.
weird.
Yeah.
So is
How's
the
everybody doing? But,
are the flowers and all that still there? Do they take down the memorial stuff or?
no, that's still there, whatever's left. So maybe some people stop by still once in a while, but it's not like they used
Today,
to.
one of my listeners put a painting out there, Flickr.
Oh, really?
Painting.
That's awesome.
Yep.
That's beautiful. I want
Well,
to
I have
see
to see it. Yeah, me too.
it. So
That's
I can send it to you.
definitely.
I think what gets me is selective enforcement and predatory enforcement. You know, you can't just select on who you enforce a law with. So if they're going to implement a law and a clause that says no parking, then there's no parking. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. That includes contractors. That includes open house. That includes realtors. That includes Sue Ellen. That includes everybody except for emergency personnel. So I want to test this selective enforcement that they've got going on.
I hear you, man. Can't stand no.
Here, tell Dee Dee to flash my screen up. I've got that painting. She wants to see it.
Oh, I see.
You want to see it? I have it on my.
Oh, is Dee Dee here? Does she ever say hi?
Oh,
Hi, Dee Dee.
So, but
if you
anyways,
want.
I'm
That's the
like
painting
7.5
she dropped off.
hours out, man, and I'm kind of excited. So I want to call you and see what you guys got going on, and see if we can get something planned for tomorrow for all of us, everybody.
Whoa, yeah, that's from what? Change the name.
Flickr Margaret, but not the other name.
Yeah, not the other name that we met, yeah.
Flickr Margaret is the name. Drop off the 857 too. After she dropped it off.
Hey, what happened
Oh,
with
she's putting up
traveling
there.
with Tay Tay?
It's
She
a
still
walk.
was out there?
Who?
Traveling with Tay
Tay-Tay?
Tay. Yeah.
Yeah, she was up there for like maybe, I don't know, 5 minutes before a sheriff came.
What? Why?
Parking.
Oh.
But she went running. She's fast. I think she used to run track. But
Yeah.
you didn't hear it from me. She was running. She saw, they were like, someone said sheriff, she was gone.
She said, bye.
Time the cop came, she was already in the driver's seat, like already leaving.
She said, I don't mess with that. Hell
Juanita
no.
too. They don't fuck with Juanita.
Really?
Hey,
Go ahead, Sydney.
do you mind if I drop my link in it just for my dual stream?
Of
So
course,
people
man.
can come give me a sympathy like and come back to
Of
you?
course.
Here we go. Come say hi, like, and come back to Alex if you can. Sympathy for shitty.
I'll have to do it too.
too.
Well, I'm
Jimmy
wondering if you
and
guys got
maybe-
Ted's link, spam it in my chat so that everyone can go over and say hi.
Yes.
Nice.
And to mine because Ted is going live through me when he's up there. He's not going
Right.
on his channel. He's going to be through me.
Right?
Wait, who's that? Is that Ted or who's that?
No, I'm Shitty. I'm Ted's helper, little helper monkey. Shitty. I'm
Oh.
Shitty. So,
Nice to meet you, man. I'm Jake from State Farm.
hey, nice to meet you. I've been watching you guys like crazy. Ed and I have been following you.
That's awesome.
Cool.
So, all right. Well,
Alex is good. I'll pretend to talk.
how late you gonna be on,
No,
Alex?
it's fine. Probably just a couple hours, or actually like another hour maybe.
Yeah.
Me and Ted are gonna figure, I don't know what we're gonna do, but we haven't even, like, he got here, we just already had this plan to fuck around with everybody that he wasn't here.
Yeah.
You guys are going to get a full 8 hours sleep and be up at the fest, fresh, play, it's a go out and do some stuff.
Well,
Yeah, but-
I'm gonna get a full 8 hours drive, and then we're gonna live stream.
Nice.
Nice.
And then I'm
All
gonna
right, man.
I'll pull up my scooter and go meet.
Yeah, I like that thing. I like the seat better. I wish it had a seat.
I
Does that one have an option?
Yeah, I took it off. It's in my, I think it's in my garage or my
Oh.
storage or something. I don't know where it's at.
Also, that those come with them though too. That's
Yeah,
nice.
yeah.
I mean, standing up is cool. Don't get me wrong.
I just took it off because for me, I had my camera gear on it, and to sit down, it just didn't fit with all my camera gear. It was
Smooth.
if you just got a backpack, it's great.
Yeah, he had everything. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, but I messed up, bro. I left my my scooter phone mount on my Harley on the bike at home, so I gotta figure out how to carry a phone on the scooter while I'm live streaming. But all right, well, I'll hit you up when I get close, or I guess I'll hit you up tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow morning or something.
All right, man. Good to hear from you, brother. See you
Yeah,
soon.
you
Jeff,
too.
I'll see you soon.
Much love, man.
Bye, brother. Thanks.
All right, guys, that's my boy Alex. I feel like my chat got. I feel like my talking got a little dry there because I didn't really know what else to say. It's easier when you're on a panel and I'm driving and I just drink a Red Bull, so I'm like ask questions, get people to talk, then over talk them. Yeah, dancing on live. Shut up. That's what's going through my head. So. Sorry about that, guys. Anyways, yeah, I don't know. I'm just thinking. I'm thinking out loud right now. I want Mike. I am like excited for my goal. It sounds so stupid, so silly. Nanos is just gonna laugh it off and walk away. But Jacob Davidson from California is driving to Tucson, Arizona, to kindly ask Sheriff Nanos of Pima County Sheriff's Department to step down and resign. That's it. I'm just asking him to resign. He should still be able to get his pension. And yes, I want Sheriff Nanos to have his pension, his retirement, all of his goodies. He did the time. Now he can get paid for it. I just don't think he should continue being the sheriff of Pima County. I don't think Sheriff Nanos should have been the sheriff in the first place because he lied. He lied on his resume. He wasn't transparent. He's a liar. He's a bullshitter. He has a history of acting up, and now that he's sheriff, he doesn't have to worry about covering his tracks. So, Sheriff Nanos, no Nanos, I'm going to ask you as polite. I respect you. I do respect you. But I don't think you're a good sheriff. I'm not going to say sorry for that. I hope you have a great time retired. I don't wish anything bad against you. I wish you to still have, you know, your wealthy lifestyle you live. I just don't think that you should be sheriff. Oh no, Jody, I don't know what happened, but I'm very sorry for your loss. Oh my gosh. Hey, let's go. Do we got 857 in the chat? Do we got 857 in the chat? 857, 857. Cassie, you're so sweet. I got your text too, Cassie. Thank you. My moderators just sent me a screenshot of your message. That's so sweet. We'll figure it out. Ashley, we got more shirts, more blank shirts coming in tomorrow. I'll talk to Ashley and see what we can do. I'll talk to the guys tomorrow, and then they can't be shipped out until Monday anyways, because the post office is closed on Sundays. But we'll see. Thank you so much, Cassie. Ladybug, let's go. We are en route to Tucson, Arizona to look for Sheriff Nanos. No, Nanos. No, Nanos. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Sheriff No-Nos? Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Sheriff No-Nos? Jacob turned into a cowboy there. Jacob who? Me? Nah, me. Also, I'd like to thank you guys, those of you guys that sent a couple bucks. I think we had like 60 bucks sent towards gas, and that's very helpful because most of this drive is in California, and you know what that means. RIP to the wallet. Let's go! I don't know what that is, but that's freaking awesome! What is this? Hey, Thirsty Turtle! Just had a freaking fly, dude. Bugging the crap out of me. You worry about me? Aw. I appreciate it. I'll be okay though, I promise. From Cotton Eye Joe. So am I allowed to ride in the carpool lane because we have like 200 people in the chat? Or no? Is that not how that works? Hey, Disco Kitty. Meow. 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 Thank you. Let's go. Wait, how many people are even watching? Holy cow, 500. Oh shit, I gotta get over. Can I get over? Can I get over? There's no cars at all right here, dude. This is great. It's all gravy. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Oh no, there we go. Buffer City, Buffer City. Just over here, Buffer. Someone messed with Sleuth Intuition's tire. Oh no. Why would they do that? That's horrible, man. Did they really though? That's pretty red. That's actually that's gonna make me upset if someone starts to mess with their cars. That's when you know that's when we'll have some problems. You're gonna cause some issues. Get caught on my dash cam messing with my car because it does record when it's parked. Is that really happening? How am I going to get a ticket? I'm not even speeding. If I slow down, I'm going to get a ticket for going too slow. 857. I'm gonna call you, brother. See if 857 answers. I know it's 9 o'clock. Here we go. 857.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, what's happening?
Were you in my live? I'm live right now. Were you in my live chat earlier?
Yep, I'm on your backstage channel.
Yeah, let's go. So what happened today? I heard you got pulled over.
Yeah, they're basically, I kind of was just doing like a cruise around the neighborhood, and I stopped because I got like a text phone call, so I stopped for probably like 2 minutes. I didn't get out or anything, I just stopped. And that little stop must have caused Sue Ellen to have a little, or somebody call the sheriff. And then next thing you know, he's literally just sitting there waiting. And yeah, so he pulled me over, no ticket, but they are basically, the neighbors are real fed up with people just driving around, he said, and he goes, but it's not against the law, because you just can't stop and park. And I'm like, well, I literally just stopped because, you know, I got a message, so I read that. So yeah, they're just being the same way, you know what I mean?
That sounds a little pathetic.
Oh, it is. Like 2 miles away, there's a bunch of, you know, people doing illicit drugs, and they're worrying about people parking on a street. It's just crazy.
Huh. Holy cow. So why don't we try to help the neighborhood out a little bit? Like, maybe we could drive around the neighborhood and look for contractors, or when there's like an open house, and we can call in and say, hey, I'm really concerned there's people parking on the street in a no parking zone. And we can actually see if they respond and treat them the same way, or if it's only predatory against media. And document.
Well, it's definitely, there's somebody that has a direct line to them or something, because man, I mean, they are over there quick. I mean, when someone parks, it's almost like I compare it to like the Secret Service. You know what I mean? Like literally within 2 minutes they're there. I mean, you can't get that kind of service anywhere. But Nancy's neighborhood, for some reason, gets it. But yeah, it's a good idea. We could try something like that.
You know, the Chris Watts house, the Koberger case, and the Gabby Petito case, none of those, you know, sheriff's departments, police departments, counties, and cities, they weren't acting like this. Why is Pima acting like this? What's different?
Well, yeah, what's different is you're dealing with Savannah Guthrie, and I'm not getting political on your channel, but she's tied to the insiders in Pima County, right? Savannah Guthrie's like the top dog, and then just like Kelly's calling her, remember Kelly and her friends, and Nanos, and so somebody in this neighborhood must be friends with the council, the supervisor, or something, because 3 months later and they still have a damn no parking. It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
it almost seems, you know,
at Easter, and they're talking about taking it down because the neighbors are complaining that they can't have family over and park outside.
Yeah. And what I suggested to the guy today is, I go, why don't they do it where it's closed during the week, and then on the weekends, Saturday and Sundays, between like, let's say 8 a.m. and 6 p.m., you can go park there.
I mean, honestly, dude, it's so stupid in the first place. Boy, the fact that they make it no parking makes YouTubers want to go in there even more. Give us free.
Yeah.
Open up the parking restrictions, and see how fast we all start dissipating. You know.
Well,
it makes me want to go there more. Like, I am bringing my scooter so I can park my truck 1.5 miles, 2 miles away and ride my scooter in and do my live stream in front of her house now. Because it's a challenge mentally, not just for the viewers, for me, mentally. It's a challenge to be able to get myself in there, insert myself, and do my live stream and just prove that, hey, we can sit here, we can be peaceful, and we can keep the case alive, and we will still, your little, you know, your wrenches you're trying to throw at us, it's not working. Your loopholes to close down the area, it's not working.
well, and that's why I suggested we do this like Hope Walk from CVS, and basically we all walk in from Nancy's or from CVS.
What size shirt do you wear?
The large
Can you wear an XL?
or extra large? Yeah, XL will be or XL. Yeah, that'll be perfect.
I didn't bring you a Dad's Gonna Live shirt, but I brought you, because I was supposed to, I owe you one. But I brought you an extra large Bring Nancy Home shirt. And
Okay.
on the back,
Perfect.
it's got a
Thank you.
yellow ribbon and it says Bring Nancy Home. And my intentions was
Awesome.
to get a couple of us together, me, you, Alex, Ted, and JLR. 'Cause that's the only ones I knew about. I didn't think about DeJuice or anyone else. You know, you guys are the ones I kept in contact with the most. And try to get us together and wear the shirts as like a statement in the same place, whether it's at the sheriff's department, whether it's in front of Nancy's, whether we just go out and grab some food one day. But that is we're going to make a statement shirt. And I want us to make a statement.
Yeah. Well, I think also having, I'd love it, man. Thank you. That would be
Yeah.
awesome. I haven't seen them, but I'm sure they look awesome.
Yeah, they
And
came out pretty
everybody
good. I was
listening.
impressed.
Is basically we could also just do a nice gesture to Annie Guthrie and Tommaso, and just not stay in front of her house, but just bring flowers and just leave like some fake, you know, the silk flowers at her mailbox, just as a.
I'm not against that. If I like us all to do it as a whole, you know, but I'm not against it.
Yeah.
I'm also.
I mean,
doing
we could all
research.
just.
I want to do a little bit of
Okay.
look for some. Me and JL. I was talking to JLR, and we're thinking about like looking up mine shafts. I got a GoPro. If we find one big enough, I could drop a drone in it. But most likely a GoPro on a 200-foot piece of rope with a flashlight, kind of see what's at the bottom.
There's a bunch of them out here.
That's where
I don't know where,
but I
but-
couldn't find any. I have not found any at all. I guess I gotta do some reconnaissance when I get out there and do some search and find some old timers and know places.
There's some mining Facebook groups that someone might be able to find something
Yeah.
where they post them where
Oh, you
they're
know
at.
what? I forgot. BLM maps will show you. If you get a BLM map, they'll show you little X's on the map, and that's where claims were at. And usually there's mines right there where they dug them out. So I'll look into that. But by coming together, all of us come together, I want us to try to do some good. And I feel like what happened to you, you know, what's kind of I feel like what's kind of going on is with how petty they're being. I feel like it's like predatory towards media, because I physically watch contractors, neighbors, realtors, open houses, park on the street, and nothing happened to them. But oh no, I got a camera, now you're not allowed to be in there. I feel like that's predatory towards First Amendment.
Oh, it's specifically towards, you know, I mean, they can get out of it and say it's not, but yeah, it's specifically towards YouTubers, essentially. Media isn't staying there long, but, you know, the other day they did stories in front of Nancy's on the 100-day mark, and to me, I didn't understand how they could get it done because they need the cameraman, who's the driver. So I think they pulled it off and just left the car there and did it quick, because I couldn't figure out how they pulled it off. But
yeah, it doesn't make much sense, does it?
No, and so we definitely, a lot of people are wondering what the plan is for tomorrow. So I don't really know what it is, other than we could do, like I said, like some sort of thing at Annie's house. I have this big banner. Remember I was telling you I have this big banner?
Okay.
And kind of like the one that's in front of the studio, KVO, it was the news station.
Yeah.
We got pictures for that somewhere. So anyway, if you think of anything, let me know.
Yeah, I'll brainstorm, kind of think of something. I mean, I do. I think I put them in the trunk. I have some more candles. I want battery powered candles to come on at night. I just kind of want to put those out, just kind of like, that way they come on at night. Just, I don't know. I just want to, like I said, I want to try to do good. Try to keep her name alive as long as possible, and just let people know, like, we're not giving up, even if it's finding remains. We're not giving up. Savannah deserves it. Annie deserves it. The family deserves it. They deserve to know what happened. They deserve to put her to rest, and they deserve peace.
And the public, the community deserves to have at least some sort of update. I know Nanos goes on these little things saying we're getting closer, but the last time he gave a press conference of anything was I think 2.5, 3 months ago.
The very beginning. Yeah, I remember it, because I was in Tucson when it happened. You still there?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's pretty sad.
So I'll be up and out probably like 10, 11.
Okay. I was gonna ask, what are your plans for tomorrow? Like, are you gonna live stream? Do you have anything planned?
Yeah, I was probably gonna just live stream. I mean, I think, because a lot of people locally, they could come, and I was thinking if anyone wanted to go stand in front of Nancy's for like 30 minutes, we could do like a service where they park their car at CVS and we drive them into Nancy's. And then, you know what I mean? So people can go in there. Because right now, people are so scared to even go that they're not even going anymore.
Why? Because the sheriff are harassing them, or what?
Yeah, I mean, we'll kind of go in there, but the average person is like, I'm not going to deal with it. So they're just choosing not to. You know what I mean? Luckily, some people are still bringing it, but it seems like there should be more flowers there. It looks empty. I'll be honest with you. It looks pretty empty.
So maybe we need to get some flowers brought in.
Yeah, I mean, I think just bringing like a 5-day awareness and campaign kind of thing.
I think first thing I'll do is get some flowers tomorrow, and I'll drop them off myself, even if it's just a little bouquet of yellow flowers.
Yeah, I was just gonna go and just get a whole bunch and have them in my car so people want to go in. But
for sure.
What time do you think you're gonna get into town?
Well, my GPS says 4:30 in the morning. I left late.
Oh wow!
I left.
Are you gonna stop in between?
I mean, I don't know. It depends if I get tired or not. Figure if I pull over, take a 4 or 5 hour nap, I get there about 8, 9 o'clock. Take a quick shower over at Alex's house, and maybe go live at like 10 or 11. I'll be good, and then I'll be live for like 10 hours tomorrow, or at least try to. I don't know. We'll see. I want to do a long live stream. I want to do some searching. I want to do a little bit of everything, bro. So just kind of keep it alive. I've been feeling kind of guilty for not being out there. But
Well, I know where Nanos's gym is if we want to go to Nanos's gym, but I don't know if he works out on the weekend.
ooh, I'll be there Monday.
That's what I'm saying. Monday morning we could go to his gym.
Yeah, let's do it. Monday, I'm going to Nanos's gym. Maybe we get JLR and everyone to be there, man. We'll all do it. That'd be awesome. If you're up for it, that'd be cool.
No, I would be. I mean, I remember when I saw him at the radio station that day.
Yeah.
We could just be all. We just got to keep it on the DL because they do definitely watch all the channels.
Oh, I mean, no, I'm not going to the gym, bro. I'll go to the sheriff's department where he works at.
Oh, I thought you said the gym.
No, we're going to go to the sheriff. I would never go to the gym. But, all right. Well, I'll touch base tomorrow, man. I appreciate it. Thanks for taking the call so late.
Yep. Have a safe trip, and I will catch you in the morning.
All right.
Or in the afternoon, morning.
All right. Appreciate you, bro. No, you don't go in the gym. You can't do that. Well, there's a public sidewalk. Can't just walk into. I always have issues right here, guys. We'll get through them from right after here all the way to Arizona. We should be pretty good now. I believe we're on the we're not on the 10 yet, but we're gonna be on it soon. Are we back? Guess who? Does anybody want to do a call-in and talk to us about the Nancy Guthrie case? Does anybody want to do a call-in and talk to us about the Nancy Guthrie case? Hop in the chat, let me know, give me feedback. Yes or no? All right, you guys saying yes. Give me a free text now app. It's called Text Now. Call and text. Is Ted staying the night at Alex's house tonight or not? You guys know if Ted's staying the night at with Alex? Over there? Hell yeah. Okay. I don't know my phone number. Oh, here we go. I'm gonna post the number in the chat and let you guys call and tell me what you think about the Nancy Geller case and whether you guys think I should ask Nanos. Okay, so I just posted the number in the chat. If you guys want to call, that's the number right there to call. That's my number. If someone wants to. Ask Nanos. Oh, he can't not allow searching. You can't tell someone, hey, you're not allowed to walk on public property and look. He's just trying to down on it. He's trying to talk negative on it, so he doesn't. He's trying to discourage it. He's not going to encourage it, but he can't not allow it. He doesn't have a choice. Nanos does not have a choice. Absolutely not. They cannot tell you, just like they can't tell you can't drive through the neighborhood. That's a public road paid by, public tax dollars. There's nothing they can do about that. Absolutely nothing. I think they should allow us to park on city streets. That I do think. I definitely think we should be allowed to park on city streets. Absolutely. Can I get a Hoya? Yeah, to parking. Just park there, Daddy. Someone said, oh yeah, please, Daddy. Let's go! I'm kind of curious. How should I ask Nanos? Excuse me, Nanos. This is Jacob with Dancing on Live. I was wondering, would you mind resigning, please, on behalf of Pima County and the general population of the United States of America? On behalf of the United States of America, I would like to kindly ask you to resign. Your county supervisor is too much of a pussy to vote you out. Excuse my language. I don't usually talk like that. Where your county supervisor is too much of a coward to vote you out. You got your officers intimidating the media, playing this little game. I don't think it's gonna work. Park your tent. Oh, I do have a camping trailer, Red, but it's a 40-foot one that weighs almost 15,000 pounds, 14,000 pounds. And to tow it, I have to use my diesel, and I get like 7 miles a gallon while I'm towing it. So if I were to use my truck to tow my trailer to Arizona, oh man, it'd probably cost me like $800 in fuel just to get there. Guessing 700, 800 in fuel, 700 miles, 750 miles. You do the math. 700 miles, I think it is, from Bakersfield to Tucson at $7 a gallon for diesel. Wouldn't be cheap. If diesel was like $4 a gallon, yeah, it'd definitely be a lot better. Oh yeah, $4 a gallon. I used to park the trailer like Walmart or something. 700 miles, 6 miles a gallon. That's like 120 gallons, I'm guessing. 120 times $7. Yeah, that's not cheap. If it was cheaper, yeah. If it was like $350, $400 to get there, and then another $400 to get back, that'd be $800 round trip. Yeah, I would definitely take the trailer and just park it at a campsite or something. That'd be cool. You know, some of the charges like $20, $30 a day. But they don't really exist. And then I can stay in it, JLR can stay in it, Nico can stay in it, you know. You can all stay in it. I can drive the diesel around while I'm out there. Campers will set it up for you. Oh, that'd be cool. I must say, with Alex, I just hope I don't get like cat scratch fever, because I am allergic to cats, but I'll be all right. He's in a tent? Oh, hell no. At a campsite? Bro, it's too hot in Tucson to stay in a tent. I mean, that's cool. What's the weather in Tucson? Might as well start looking back on. Dude, it's like 95, 92. Oh, it's actually not too bad. Oh, it gets down to the 60s at night. I could probably do that. That's not a bad idea. Can I camp at Mount Pinos? Or, not Pinos, Mount Lemon? If I camp at Mount Lemon, I'd be down.
No reeds coming from here. No reeds coming from up here. So the only way to do that is I'm going to shut your meter down and run a test on the system.
So the test on the system won't catch a leak before the meter.
I have a gas sniffer.
I know, and
I'm with Southwest.
I know, and I've shown you how your gas sniffers aren't finding these leaks. I've even shown how your solution's not finding the leaks if you're not looking closely.
Can we get this sniffer?
I can, but he won't let me over there. I told you I can show you if you want me to. The homeowner even has a video that he tried to show you.
Oh, I know. I saw.
You saw the video? Okay.
I saw the video. In the same video, it's not. Yeah, I know. And it also stops.
Somebody just sent me a thing about a gas guy arguing with the home inspector.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna. You know what? I'm gonna tighten this down.
Well, if you tighten it down, how do you know you fixed the leak? Is there a way we can get a supervisor out here?
Yeah.
I don't know why you're more concerned about your pride than the actual gas leak.
Sir, I'm not concerned about my pride.
You won't let me show you where it is. You won't let me prove it to you.
Are you seeing this right? I'm seeing your good time. Yeah, you're seeing that.
And notice how he won't let me show you. He doesn't want me over there. Okay, I'm going to use my leak detector and I'll show you where the leak is. So he was going to let me prove, but he ripped the meter off before I could.
What the hell? Now it's playing music. No, I'm not meeting up with Nico. Nico's not going out yet. He might go in a week or two. The gang's together again. Let's go! Dad's going live. JLR. Ted investigates. 857 Tucson. Criminal Network. Green Eyes. Mark the Shark. The Juice. Car just tried to get in front of me, like cut me off, dude. You big old dummy. What was that, like a Maserati or a BMW? I don't know what kind of car that is. It looks fancy though. We want Nancy. We want Nancy. Spam the chat. I like that. We want Nancy. We want Nancy. Spam the chat with we want Nancy. We want Nancy. Amen. Spam the chat with we want Nancy, we want Nancy. Spam it, let's go! It's all about Nancy, guys. Police ahead. 10 plus or more reports less than 1 minute ago. So apparently there's a copper up ahead. I should be at Tucson around 4:30 a.m. if I don't pull over. Hey man, hey, let's go with the star, man. Let's go. Hey, we got 777 people in the chat. Is that a coincidence? Because I think not. That's 777 people that care about Nancy Guthrie. 777 people care about Nancy Guthrie. Amen. Who knows? She could be found tomorrow. Maybe one of us, one of the YouTubers, one of the searchers, man. AJW. Dad Investigates. The Jews. Mark. Criminal Network. JLR. Green Eyes. Traveling with Tay-Tay. Maybe. Just maybe. Somebody out there will stumble across a clue to help find Nancy Guthrie. I feel like I'm on a real live episode of Scooby-Doo. A real episode of Scooby-Doo. Like, this is Scooby-Doo, like, in real life. Like, let's find some clues and find out where Nancy Guthrie is. You know, I'm in my mystery machine, my little picking them up truck, picking them up. I don't know. Hey, thanks for the gift. Let's go. Go ask Sue Ellen. Sue Yellen. Oh, 640? Never mind, I just dropped to 617. It showed me a lot more for a little bit. Tammy, let's go. Thanks for the gift, Tammy. Driving for 8 hours. I got 6.5 hours left. I've already been on the road for an hour and a half. It's almost 9-hour drive, 10-hour drive all the way there. I think I'm almost halfway, dude. 454 miles. No, 6.5 hours left. 9-hour drive or 10-hour drive? I don't remember. I just started driving. Oops. Malaysia. What happened to Malaysia? Oh, that's Carper. Car in front of me is going kind of slow for being in the fast lane. Silly car. Going slow is for stoners. Just kidding, that's rude. He's on his phone. Oh, it's 582 now. High five, let's go! California, Florida protest. Oh, we're definitely gonna buffer right here. Or maybe not, I don't know, we'll see. Michelle, how you doing? How you doing? Yeah, make sure you guys take your 30-minute breaks. Dude, I'm going 10 miles over the holy cow. I'm going 75. How fast are they going? Speed limit's only 65, dude. Fight? What fight? There's a fight? Who fought? Please don't beat me up. Mark the Shark's live. What's he doing? Let's see. Oh, he's going to bed. So I think Mark the Shark is actually about to end. Bummer. He's cool. Holy cow, look at all that traffic up ahead. I don't know if you guys can see that, man. Let's see. Dude, look at all that. That's a lot of cars, brother. At least it looked intimidating. We're still driving though, so that's good. Yeah, the radio made me jump too, dude. Can I get a hold of you? Going back to AZ. Let's see what Alex is doing. Criminal Network. Let's see what's up to him. Oh, he's playing. Holy cow, he's got a lot of people on this thing. Hey, Delightful just became a member. Let's go.
Knock on wood? Really? Did he just do that?
It's interesting that he, says, oh, Savannah's family, they're all family now. Well, they're not talking now, so.
Right. We haven't seen.
Cool. Thank you so much for becoming a member. I do appreciate that. Still, man. Still carpools. Oh, let's play Brian Enton. What's Brian Enton's latest? I haven't watched Brian Enton in a good week or two. Not talking to Nancy Guthrie's family.
Hey guys, thanks so much for checking out my show. Really appreciate it. Please click to subscribe. I really appreciate all of the support. It's now been 104 days since Nancy Guthrie vanished from her home in Tucson, Arizona. New in this episode, there's a new interview with the sheriff where he shares some new information. First of all, he says that he's no longer communicating with the Guthrie family directly, which I found to be interesting. Also, why he still has hope in the DNA evidence and what for him would make this a cold case, which is the first time I've ever heard him really talk about the possibility of a cold case.
Oh, he said
I'm going to get into all of it.
Oh, text audio now. Hello. Hello. Somebody's calling the number from a blocked number.
So to Brian Ensign Investigates. All right, hey guys, so I want to go through some of these new things that Sheriff Nanos said. He was speaking to People Magazine. I actually know the reporter. I met her when I was out there. She was also out there for a couple weeks right after Nancy went missing. And some of this stuff is interesting. I mean, there's some new developments here. And that's the thing about Sheriff Nanos that I've found is, when you can talk to him, if he'll answer his phone or whatever, sometimes he'll just start talking and he'll start saying things and you're like, oh wow, some of this stuff is new, which seems like is kind of what happened here with this People Magazine interview. So I'm going to get to Morgan Wright, former investigator and law enforcement expert, in a minute to kind of go over what some of this means. But let me walk you through some of this. This stood out to me the most. According to People Magazine and their discussion with the sheriff, he is no longer directly communicating with the Guthrie family and says those conversations are being handled by the FBI, which is interesting because remember initially it appeared that he was having communication with Savannah and with the Guthrie family, and he is technically in charge of the investigation still as the sheriff of Pima County. Remember, it was never handed over to the FBI. So the fact that he is acknowledging that he is no longer directly communicating with the Guthrie family and says those conversations are being handled by the FBI, there's been a lot of curiosity. Is Savannah Guthrie, are the Guthries getting frustrated with the sheriff based on all of this reporting that's been out there, that I've done, that's been out there, mistakes that have been made? Could they be frustrated or were they still talking to him and happy behind the scenes? And it sounds like they're, according to the sheriff, no longer directly communicating with the sheriff. So I found that to be very interesting, and that is something new that I didn't know. He said, quote, and this is the sheriff, "The public is frustrated, even the Guthrie family." So they're also acknowledging that the Guthrie family is frustrated, which how can you blame them? I mean, I think that even though they haven't said that outright, how could they not be frustrated? I mean, it's now been more than 3 months and they still have no resolution. They have no idea where Nancy is. and at the same time, there's sort of this controversy that continues to develop around the sheriff throughout this whole thing. So there he's acknowledging the public is frustrated, even the Guthrie family is frustrated. Every passing second must feel like 100 days because they don't know. What matters is moving forward carefully so we don't make any mistakes or falsely accuse somebody or make a bad arrest. Interesting you said that, because remember when I was there were 2 times where they didn't specifically falsely accuse someone, but they detained people, the time in Rio Rico and then the time close to Nancy's house. So he's saying that they don't want to make mistakes like that again, I guess. But interesting that he's saying that even the Guthrie family is frustrated. That's new. In terms of DNA, this is new. This is what he said. I know we have DNA that is unknown who the contributor or depositor is, but I think they're getting closer to finding out who that was, adding that he has confidence in our labs. So the fact that he said they are getting closer to finding out who that was, that's optimistic, that's promising. I mean, I hope that's true behind the scenes. We know that they had the hair strand, that they were looking at the rootless hair, and that they were attempting to do genetic genealogy, investigative genetic genealogy, when they look at bigger family trees and try to narrow it down. So that's promising that he said that he thinks they're getting closer to finding out who that was. He says when the labs tell us, hey, there's nothing else we can do, well then maybe we've got a problem, we've got a cold case. But right now the labs aren't telling us that. Interesting to hear him actually say cold case, that then he believes they'd have a cold case. Gosh, I hope it doesn't get to that point, but that just goes back to everything that I've been...
We'll go back to Brian Inton. I heard someone flipped out on Alex's channel. I want to hear.
High profile case because it's a community member who's come up missing in the middle of the night.
This is a community member who's missing.
Say, rewind it by like 3 minutes.
But avenues. One, the search and rescue mission.
If there's a lot of blood, I mean, more than this, but if there's a lot of...
Usually we don't send our homicide.
Blood, I mean, more than this, but if there's a lot of blood at the crime scene...
That means he's on knock on wood, it means he doesn't want it to happen.
Yeah.
I don't see what's going on here.
No, don't be sorry.
Was there a world war on here? What happened?
It's on that bitch.
Right,
Okay?
but they...
I was sitting here minding my business, listening. Do you know what Alex is? Do you know his nationality? Do you know his people?
Oh my God! She was yelling on there.
Yeah, you're not comprehending. It's clear.
And I don't know what...
I'm gonna rewind it a little bit. We're gonna listen to this.
You know what? If you can't understand it, then I can't help. But anyway...
If you can't understand it from our point of view, then we can't help either.
Actually, I do. But... And I don't even have a bad... I don't have a bad...
This is on Alex's channel.
Point of view on Americans either. You guys don't even know who I am. You don't even know my friends. You don't know anything.
Unfortunately, ma'am, I don't want to know who you are if you use language like that.
And we're getting to know you
actually
20 minutes, so...
Okay, but yeah, you still don't know who I am. You don't know me, so you can assume whatever you want.
Yeah, this was tonight.
Princess Zumunda from Africa, Prince Africa, Dutch lady. Adios. Nobody cares. After
I'm
you said
not a Dutch lady.
You are. I don't care where the fuck you from.
Yeah,
Go back
okay, Gigi. You can take a chill pill.
Don't tell me what to take.
You're gonna give yourself an aneurysm.
I was over here minding my damn business, and you gonna get up here and say what you said. You damn right I'm coming up here. And that's why Alex let me, because he wanted me to check your ass. Okay? Now I ain't never go on the platform and come out of context like this, but bitch, you done made me fucking mad tonight.
I'm glad I made you mad. Wonderful.
Funky ass over there where you at.
Because you're not comprehending, so, you know, enjoy the ride.
Did you just use the N-word? I'm comprehending it, or you not comprehending what you just did?
Huh?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, you're not comprehending. It's clear.
And I don't know why you don't see that everybody is trying to tell you, dumbass. You fucked up and just say, I'm sorry. Apologize, bulky bitch.
Guy's right.
And I don't care who the fuck you are. Your ass could be Donald Trump. You ain't gonna sit here while I'm in the fucking presence and say that and don't think you getting checked. I don't give a fuck.
What do I have to do with Donald Trump?
I don't give a damn what you do, but what
Then
you
why are you bringing politics into this?
Because I will cuss you straight the fuck all the way out.
You can cuss as much as you want. That's not my problem.
I sure will. I'll cuss you right out every time. And if I was in front of you, I'll walk your ass down. You lucky you where the fuck you at. Because I would walk you down and make you eat dirt, bitch.
Okay. So you a bad ass. Okay, we get that.
I am. You come in my face and use that word and I'ma show you. But
I'm not in your face. Oh.
Yeah, because you know what?
Woman, you know what?
Keyboard horse.
You carry on.
Bitch. But we don't play that game over here. Cause see, over here we speak our mind, and it ain't that. If that's the way you feel, you don't come on here and say that, cause you don't even know who you're talking to. Do you know who Alex is? Do you know what Alex is? Do you know his nationality? Do you know his people? No. Clearly you don't, cause you wouldn't have got up here and disrespected this man's platform like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Fucking disrespectful.
Actually, I do know where his nationality comes from.
Why would you say that?
I was trying. Excuse me. If you don't keep quiet, I cannot respond.
Bitch, don't tell me what to do.
You should just leave. You should just leave. No one wants to hear you.
Fine, bitch.
What
Thank
the
God.
hell?
Oh.
I apologize to everyone.
No.
Pull that down and get some
Bro,
imagery
what
there
the
that might
hell is that about? Oh my God. That was on a live stream. And Alex was even right there. I'll go back
for checking out my show. Really appreciate it.
I'm going back to Brian Anton. I'm going back to Brian Anton.
Interesting you said that, because remember when I was there were 2 times where they didn't specifically falsely accuse someone, but they detained people. The time in Rio Rico and then the time close to Nancy's house. So he's saying that they don't want to make mistakes like that again, I guess. But interesting that he's saying that even the Guthrie family is frustrated. That's new. In terms of DNA, this is new. This is what he said. I know we have DNA that is unknown who the contributor or depositor is, but I think they're getting closer to finding out who that was, adding that he has confidence in our labs. So the fact that he said they are getting closer to finding out who that was, that's optimistic, that's promising. I mean, I hope that's true. Behind the scenes, we know that they had the hair strand, that they were looking at the rootless hair.
Alex with Criminal Network. Make sure you look him up and say hello.
Genealogy, investigative genetic genealogy, when they look at big family trees and try
Tucson,
to narrow
Arizona,
it down.
to help search for Nancy Guthrie.
That's promising that he said that he thinks they're getting closer to
Sheriff
finding out who that was. He says when the labs tell us, hey, there's nothing else we can do, well then maybe we've got a problem, we've got a cold case. But right now the labs aren't telling us that. Interesting to hear him actually say cold case, that then he believes they'd have a cold case. Gosh, I hope it doesn't get to that point. But that just goes back to everything that I've been reporting from my sources close to the investigation, who have said that, they're waiting on this DNA, but there's really not a lot that they're going on right now. They don't have a suspect. They don't have any solid leads. And he's kind of acknowledging that right now. They're waiting on the DNA. And if that doesn't work out, then maybe we've got a problem. We've got a cold case, he said. So, sort of good news in a way that they are still waiting on the DNA, folks, and that they haven't ruled anything out and the labs aren't telling them that they've got a problem, but also kind of not the best news if you think about it from the perspective of what if they aren't able to get anything off that hair, or if they have other samples that we don't know about. Does that mean that they then have a cold case based on what the sheriff said? Digital evidence, he says this includes thousands and thousands of videos, digitally camera footage, he says, at the center of the investigation, an enormous catalog of surveillance footage from intersections, neighborhoods, businesses, home security systems. He said, this is a quote, there's thousands and thousands of video out there from intersections and ring cameras that we have to catalog. Maybe it's all the white trucks are over there, all the red sedans are over here. You've got to have it so when you do find a suspect, hey, the suspect is John Doe, we got him, now we'll go say, well, what else do we know about John Doe? So that's not entirely new. We knew that they were looking through all the traffic cameras, and apparently they're cataloging all the vehicles. So even though they don't know who the suspect is or what vehicle the suspect was driving or suspects, it sounds like he's saying once they figure that out, hopefully when they figure that out, they'll be able to quickly go back and identify some of these cars on these traffic cams around the time that Nancy went missing. He also talked about false arrests. Nobody wants to, this is a quote, nobody wants to make a false statement. Nobody wants to falsely accuse someone. At some point in time, someday, we may have somebody in a courtroom that deserves his or her right to a fair and impartial trial. The way you get that is through a fair and impartial investigation. My team, I've said all along, they're going to solve this. I fully 100% believe that. Again, I just think back to Rio Rico and the other bust near Nancy's house when, remember that. Federal search warrants had people in custody and that didn't pan out. So it sounds like they don't want that to happen again. And by the way, we still have never seen that federal search warrant, which I'm still waiting to get my hands on to figure out why they were able to do that. What sort of evidence did they have to connect Nancy Guthrie to those folks? Because apparently none of it panned out, It seems like that had nothing to do with the investigation. This is interesting. He also talked about FBI tension, which has been something I've talked a lot about on my podcast and on News Nation. Remember from the beginning, I've been reporting that there was tension between the Pima County Sheriff's Office and the FBI, and then you had Kash Patel, the FBI director, coming out and saying that they were kept out of the investigation for the first 4 days, that the sheriff wanted to send the DNA to his private lab in Florida that they use and not to Quantico, which, by the way, if you go back to my episode from yesterday, Dr. Hines, one of the county supervisors, said he wishes that they would have gone with the FBI just because of the money aspect, that he believes that the Nancy Guthrie case has already cost the county $1 million, and that if they had just let the FBI take the DNA and handle the investigation, it would have saved the county a lot of money, which is something that I hadn't heard discussed before. So he said it would have been better for the investigation because it's the FBI and they have more experience, but it also would have been better for the county because they would have saved a ton of money, $1 million, he's saying, if it had gone to the FBI. But this is what Sheriff Nano said in this new interview about FBI tension. He says he denied the claim of tension between the FBI and his agency. He says coordination between his officers and the FBI began soon after learning of Nancy's disappearance. He said Director Patel has his right to his opinions, adding that he believes some remarks were factually inaccurate. He says the FBI was with us day one. We've always had a working relationship. He also disputed claims that investigators mishandled the scene or delayed search efforts in the critical early hours of the Guthrie investigation. Again, this is according to his interview with People magazine. The plan was started immediately, he said, the plane was started immediately. Nano said, referring to aerial search operations. They found blood. Search and rescue looked at the scene and realized it seemed suspicious. They did exactly what they were supposed to do. So he's saying that they did search initially with the plane and then realized that it was suspicious because they found the blood and then moved on to, realizing that this was a criminal matter. So it's interesting that the sheriff is speaking out. Hey guys, I'm always on the go. I don't usually have much time for cooking, and that is why I absolutely love Factor. And Factor is the sponsor of today's video. Factor doesn't just ask you to meal heat it for 2 minutes, and they're off. And renewing, just talking to my dad about it the other day because he was a victim. It was awful. He had to close a bunch of his accounts. It took months to resolve it. And the truth is we're all at risk. I've been alerted by several banks. I've used that there was a data breach and my data is out there. And criminals can get that personal information. They can get it for scams, stalking, harassment, and all sorts of other illegal activities. And that is where Incogni comes in. It is a personal data removal service. And the best part is it's so easy. Signing up online, it literally took me 1 minute. And look at this. My dashboard already shows hundreds of data brokers Incogni has contacted to make sure that my data is not public. They also up there and want to wipe yourself. It's gotten better. It's like the FBI has more control than people realize, and something that makes me believe that too is this new information that the sheriff isn't even talking to the Guthries, that it's the FBI talking to the Guthries, which, if the sheriff was really in charge of the whole thing and had all this, special information, you'd think that the Guthries would be wanting to talk to the sheriff. But no, according to him, they're now only talking to the FBI. So I want to bring in Morgan right now. Super smart guy, investigator. I've had him on the podcast before. and just a law enforcement expert to kind of go through some of these new developments and see what he thinks about it. Thank you for joining me, Morgan. I really appreciate it. It's been a while since I've talked to you, so I have kind of a lot of questions because you're up to speed on all this Guthrie stuff. The first thing I wanted to ask you about, though, there's this new interview with the sheriff with People Magazine, and there are a couple of things that stood out to me. I'm curious your take on. First of all, Sheriff Nano said that he is no longer directly communicating with the Guthrie family and says those conversations are now being handled by the FBI. And then he said, quote, "The public is frustrated, even the Guthrie family." He's technically still in charge of the investigation. I mean, technically his office is still in charge. And what do you make of the fact that he's not communicating with the family anymore?
Yeah, until it becomes until there's a federal predicate, or a nexus, and the FBI, for example, if she was kidnapped and we knew she was taken across state lines, that makes it a federal investigation. In my experience, and Brian, this is going on over 40 years, it's unusual for the originating agency, the investigative agency who has originating authority, which the sheriff does, not to be in communication with the victim's family. It would be hard to figure out, well, why, how come? The record, there's enough out there on the record, as they say, there's enough in the interviews, you can see stuff to where it's kind of like, this may be in an advanced stage, maybe there's something going on we don't know about, which clearly falls within the FBI's swim lane. This is what we do this really well. I have no idea what it is, but let's say it's an advanced hostage negotiation or an advanced negotiation. That's clearly something, but to not have any contact is something that I think that's a question that ought to be answered. The question is, you say you don't have contact, the question is why?
Right. Yeah, I've wondered, and I obviously tried with my coverage, try to be really respectful to the family and think about what they're going through, but I have wondered sort of behind the scenes, like, with all this reporting about the sheriff and mistakes made and all the drama with him and the board of supervisors, they must know about it, and it's just sort of a distraction from, Nancy being missing.
Yeah, the cases I worked, you always wanted to make sure that you had contact with the family. When I was a detective working, I remember a homicide case. Guy was run over 8 times with his own car, drug deal gone bad. Yeah, shouldn't have been out there, but we advised him, here's what happened, we just served a search warrant, we made some arrests. You always want to be the person that breaks the news to them. You never want them finding out about it from another source. And look, reporters got to do their job. But it's like you and I have talked about, and I've told other people, look, when you don't feed the beast, and the beast is media, they will go out and find things to report on because it's a newsworthy story. So I think that's just one of the first rules of investigations and working with the family, is that maintain constant contact, always keep open lines of communication, because guess what? At some point, you're going to need their help. Let's say that a case is made. You're going to need their help in building the case, testifying potentially, providing evidence. So you always want to make sure you're on good terms with them.
The DNA I've reported, there's a strand of hair that was found that's rootless, that's now been sent to Quantico that they're trying to get DNA off of. In this new interview, he said, "I know we have DNA that is unknown who the contributor or depositor is, but I think they're getting closer to finding out who that was. I have confidence in our labs. When the labs tell us, hey, there's nothing else we can do, well, then maybe we've got a problem, we've got a cold case, but right now the labs aren't telling us that." Are you confident that they're going to get somewhere with this DNA testing? What does your gut say there?
Well, there's kind of a contradiction. On the one hand, he says 100% we're going to solve this. On the other hand, says, hey, we may not get anything from the lab and it'll be a cold case. So, it's got to be one or the other. Here's the issue, though, Brian. It goes back to, you and I have talked about this. I've talked about it, many times. It's like it goes back to the crime scene. DNA does not come with a date and time stamp on it. You don't know when that hair was deposited or by who. We don't know by who, obviously. The fact that the crime scene was uncontrolled for a certain period of time, could that have been introduced? There's a thing too called Locard's evidence transfer theory, which basically says anytime you come into contact with something, you leave something and you take something. That's how touch DNA works. If you and I shook hands, I get some of your epithelial cells, skin cells. I go open a door somewhere, your DNA now is on that door, but you have to put it in context. So with this hair, when he says, hey, we're getting closer, the analysis is already done. That kind of leads to me is that they are going down the path of familial DNA or investigative genetic genealogy, that there's something being done, because that's the thing that takes time. That takes could be anywhere. We saw in the Kohlberger case, it took a few months. Golden State Killer case took a few months. In the case of, a lot of people don't know this case, but April Tinsley, a young girl kidnapped back in Indiana, I think it was in the late 80s, killed. The killer taunted them with message. Well, they finally got some DNA, the technology caught up. They were only one step away. The DNA led them to the brother led them to the actual killer. So sometimes you get lucky, and it's kind of like you're one step away. On this though, I think there's, again, it's the originating agency, the agency of record, which is the sheriff's office, gets to make the decisions because it's their case. But in my experience and the cases I work, man, anytime I could take advantage of somebody else's technology, especially when it's going to be a big case, and they've got the expertise, I always wanted to do. I worked with everybody from our own state labs when I was in Kansas, KBI, to the FBI lab, to Quantico, to ATF on firemark examinations, ATF on bomb and arson investigations. So you always try to find who's got that expertise, and then let's use that expertise.
Are you surprised that it doesn't seem there's more items with DNA? And what does that mean? I mean, and there could be more that we just don't know about, but from my understanding, it seems like this hair is really the focus.
Yeah, so when I go back and you've looked at the videos I have, millions of people have looked at the videos, right? You look at the tradecraft that was done, a full face covering, ski mask. You've got a jacket covering everything, gloves, look like double gloves, right? If there was a hair there, it would have to have been on the outside. You think it would most likely would have come from, and a logical place to come from is from the outside of that, like the ski mask or something else. Then you have a real problem because that could have been picked up anywhere and deposited. So now you have a red herring. So we don't know what we know until we know what we don't know. It sounds corny, but it's the actual truth. We're dealing with uncertainty here. Now, uncertainty is okay, but it's got to be framed in the proper way, is that a lot of people are saying this is the silver bullet, this will lead us to the killer. We heard that about the gloves. I think it was the New York Post. Oh, we found gloves, we're watching it. And guess what? It was a nothing burger. It turned out to, as I said, and actually I was on with Elizabeth Vargas. I said, hey, look, those gloves mean absolutely nothing until they're tied to the crime scene, and they never were, so they mean nothing. And so, yeah, this is the DNA. It used to be, Brian, I hate to say back in my day, but my testimony was enough. I mean, the fact that I testified, that was evidence. Then people started watching TV, and then the perception changed. Well, you can't clear a case unless it has DNA. You actually can. It takes some work. DNA sometimes, touch DNA can absolutely be misleading. Your DNA on a doorknob that you in a building you've never been in means absolutely nothing now because you were never there. So we have to put everything in context. It will be interesting to see where the if that's and I'm pretty sure that's what they're doing. The investigative genetic genealogy, where they're at with that. I mean, it's at least that's a 60 to 90 day process just to get a good feel for what's the landscape, who's out there, who's who in the zoo, who's connected to who.
It's been a while since I've talked to you about this case. I think it's been more than a month. Where is your mind at overall? I mean, we talked last time about the possibility of, is the ransom real? Was it a burglary gone wrong? As more time has gone on, and I'm asking you to kind of speculate here because there's a lot we just don't know based on the evidence. But like, where's your mind at on all of this?
Well, funny you should mention that. I'm not trying to. It's not done yet, but Brian, I've taken a lot of the stuff that I've done, but it's going into a whole thing called Crime Reconstructed, a first principle method for criminal investigations. The thing I lead off with is the Guthrie case, and we talk about that. What are the things that are known? What are what is known and what is knowable? But in the case of this, I go back to, it was either a burglary gone wrong or it was never a burglary, right? For a burglary to gone wrong, different skill set, different mindset. You're in there with a different mission. A burglary is about theft and removal. Kidnapping is about control. So the longer this goes on, the fact that you got a $1.2 million reward that has not moved the needle whatsoever. You look at the blood that comes out and stops at the curb, and actually I put a little piece of analysis out, probably mid-March or something. But what I wanted to address is the question of why was the guy messing with the camera. He was not concerned about being found. In fact, we have the other photo. We were trying to figure out that. I know the sheriff said one thing, FBI said another. Was it a reconnaissance video? The guy just standing there, dressed similarly, but differently, a little bit different attire. The whole purpose of removing the Ring camera, and this is what I've concluded based on looking at anything, was he disguised himself. What he could not disguise was the vehicle. So you remove the camera because you don't want it transmitting a picture of the vehicle, because we know that the blood stopped at the exact place a vehicle would have had to have been for Nancy to be put into a car. The question was there one or was there two? So when I look at this, and just this is based on my training and experience, and it's not speculation. So I want, some people may say, well, it's speculation. No, it's actually based on real data, stuff that I've done, stuff that comes out of the National Crime Victimization Survey, stuff that the FBI does. You would be hard-pressed to find cases of where somebody that went in to do a burglary decided that kidnapping was the least risky alternative to getting out of the house, because then you have to plan for it. You have to plan for control and exfiltration.
This is really
and that gets back into the videos. I know we'll talk about that in a minute. But so as time goes on, when I was out there, I said, and that was not too long after it happened. I think a few days after. I was in Tucson for 4 days. And I said, you got to quit treating this as a missing person. It's not. It's a no-body homicide. There's enough indicators to say it's a no-body homicide. Her age, her cardiac condition, the time of night she was taken out, the blood. This is a no-body homicide. So I think when you look at it, there's very little, if anything, to indicate that it's a burglary gone wrong. Circumstantially, all the evidence points to an abduction. Now, then the question becomes, was it a targeted abduction? Did they know who she was and who she was connected to? That's the part that's unknowable. Nobody can tell you. The only person that can tell you that is the person who committed the offense.
It's so interesting you say that. All this time I haven't really put a lot of thought into what you said, that it could have been taking the camera off to conceal the car, not to actually be worried about the camera.
Well, and Brad, look, he stood out there. You and I saw him. He stood out there. He wasn't worried. He walked up. He had the bike light. He was putting the vegetation in front. He was standing there for enough time that had the camera been recording to the cloud, it would have been captured for posterity. These guys have operated, and look, he's definitely exhibiting some sophisticated tradecraft. Let me put it that way. This is not his first rodeo doing this. So he's not worried about being identified. What I think it is he's worried about the vehicle being identified, because a vehicle is easy to track. Somebody in a ski mask, all of the people who use, Brian, and you get it worse than I do because of your profile and the number of viewers that you have. But I'm sure you get emails and messages all the time. Hey, look at this. I reversed engineered this, or I did this. It's like, none of that works. The thing that I keep coming back to is when you look where the blood goes, you look where the blood stops, she's in a vehicle. The real question there is, was it one or was it two people involved in this? But I go back to, I think it was a targeted abduction. Whether it was a known targeted abduction, like they intended to target Nancy Guthrie as opposed to a lady living in a high, a rent area, that's the part that's unknown. But definitely he was not worried about being seen. He was more worried about the vehicle being identified, because that's easy to do. I'm telling you, I worked a fatality accident one time as a state trooper. All I had was a little piece of the grill, and from that we were able to reconstruct the actual year, make, model, got a partial VIN number, and we tracked it down. We actually found the vehicle from just a little piece of the grill. And in this day of AI and everything, they would have been able to identify the exact vehicle. Then when you do that, guess what? Then you go into your files. The sheriff's office, the PD would have gone in. Who do we have that we know is a bad guy that's driving a 92 Honda or an 84 Acura, whatever the case might be, right? That would have been a biometric from a vehicle standpoint. That would have been completely identifiable. That's why he didn't care about being seen himself. That's why the camera was removed before she was brought out.
Yeah, and it's interesting you bring about them going into their files. The sheriff also talked about this, that they've got thousands of videos, cameras. There's thousands and thousands of video out there from intersections and ring cameras that we have to catalog, he said. Maybe it's all the white trucks over here, the red sedans over there. It's so that if when we have a suspect, we can say, hey, suspect John Doe, we got him. Now we'll go back and look at all the different vehicle. I mean, is that typical in an investigation like this, that they'd be cataloging all of the cars from the traffic cameras?
It's a step you would take, but I think it's inverted. See, my theory, look, I did some stuff for, after 9/11, I did some stuff in the DoD community, the intelligence community, the justice community. Everybody said this is like looking for a needle in a haystack. I said, guys, you've got the wrong mentality. Your theory is make the haystack smaller. My theory is use a bigger magnet, pull it out. I would instead reverse it. I would say, look, you've got all this video. Well, we know the vehicle wouldn't have left no later than probably 2:28. That's when the last ping from the pacemaker was to the phone, somewhere between 2:12 and 2:28. It's very simple, and it's I actually did this, and I think did it with one of your anchors, but I showed the egress analysis. I said these are the ways out of that area.
Yeah.
How do you get 5 miles out, right? I'd simply reverse it. I'd say, what vehicle traffic do I have in this time window? And I would slide this window through, and I would say, what vehicles do I have going through? Those are my vehicles of interest. Now I work backwards from the vehicles I have targeted, not waiting for somebody to go, hey, we arrested John Smith in a white Toyota. Now let's go back and look for the white Toyotas. You still have to catalog that stuff, because if a break comes in, you want that. But I would have a team working the inversion of that, which is, I want to know all the vehicles. Here's our window of opportunity. I want to know every vehicle that was going through this window of opportunity. And that's a much smaller subset than trying to catalog,
this guy is very knowledgeable,
umpteen million videos.
How is it possible that with that doorbell video, where you can still see the eyebrows and you can see the mouth and you can see the way he walks and the clothing and the backpack, and how is it possible that we still don't, that at least according to the sources I have, there's still no suspect, there's no real good lead? It's almost like it still feels like it happened yesterday. They're still sorting through, you know what I mean? There's not a lot of progress, I don't think.
Yeah, this is a tough one, because you do have approximate height, and they can get pretty good about it. They'll use LiDAR, and you saw when the tent was out there, they were taking measurements of that front portico and everything. And so they will be able to get pretty close to how tall that person was. So that starts helping you narrow it down. I'm not looking for somebody who's 5 foot, and I'm not looking for somebody who's 7 foot, right? So I'm looking for somebody who's 5'10". Now I can go back into offender files, what they call field interview cards, FI cards, reports, intelligence reports. Yeah, and then you're right. We can know it's a male. Is it a Hispanic male? Could be. I mean, could be a dark-skinned white male. That part is a little bit iffy. But the other thing too is, if the person is not from this area, and which we know from home invasions, and we know from certain traveling gangs like Tren de Aragua, when they would go out and hit IN homes, they're not from that area. They travel, they go into an area, and then they come out. The chances of them having prior contact with law enforcement in that area is minimal. And that's the reason why it makes it hard to track these gangs, because there's nothing organic. It's not like, hey, it's the usual suspects, Johnny the gangbanger, okay, we got him in our files, we know who it is. There's some other things you can do too. It's very problematic because of the mask. The mask makes it difficult to do. People say, well, can't you do facial recognition, or what about the eyes? Because of the infrared lighting, because of the extra coverage that's around the face, it makes it difficult to do that. You might get an idea about how far apart the eyes are. That could lead you to some really hard work, Brian. It's like recovering those videos. That was tough stuff. Another tough stuff thing is going back into Arizona DMV and pulling which they can get access to, pull all the driver's license photos and say, okay, first thing we want to do is exclude everybody who's not male, right? So now we're left with males. Now we want everybody on their driver's license who is 5'8" to 6 foot. And you can narrow it down, and then you could start doing potentially some analysis with AI. But that is a long, hard slog. So it's not as easy, and it really boils down to, was that person from that area? Do they have prior contact with law enforcement? If so, then I'm confident their information will be surfaced at some point. But Brian, it's like pick a town you've never been to. You go in there, you commit a crime, and you leave. There is nothing in the police files that has anything about Brian Enton in there. There's nothing they will be able to do unless you left fingerprints or DNA. But if you just come in, steal a bike, put it in the back of your truck, and drive off, dude, there's just nothing there, and that may be what they're dealing with.
But what about no one recognizing him? I mean, you mentioned the reward up over $1 million. I'm just thinking, last time you and I spoke, I would have thought by now someone would want that money, or someone would make the call. Why do you think there's still nothing?
It goes back to, it could be that the person's not from that area. So the chances that somebody would see the coverage and see stuff the farther out you go. But the other thing could be, though, too, that lends more credibility to a single offender, rather than two offenders. Anytime you have two people cannot keep a secret. A secret can only be kept by one person, no matter what they say, right? But in the gang culture, in the crime culture, there is this thing about, hey, don't snitch, don't say anything to the cops, don't snitch us out. Is there somebody out there who knows? I would say so. Is there somebody out there who may think that if I say something, now I become the target? Is my life worth $1.2 million? That's a tough thing. There's no easy answer to this. I know everybody wants like, hey, rationalize this for me. Give me a cohesive answer. That's the danger. When we start locking onto something that seems like it makes sense, now that becomes our frame. When I would work cases, I always told the dispatchers and other people, do not just say a death investigation. Do not say possible suicide. The minute you say possible suicide, then everything is framed through the construct of a suicide. So if you get something in that doesn't comport with it being a suicide or not a suicide, no, that goes outside the frame. So start with the minimum information possible and work out from there. And so in this case, it could be, the reason I said that is that everybody gets their frame, everybody knows what they're looking for. And in this case, this guy, it could be is that it's a single person, it's a solo operator, a lone wolf, which would be consistent with the single image we saw before and then the video we saw this time. I know some other people like Jim Clemente and Dr. Bodden talk about like the blood was very close to the ground, might have been just carried out so that gives credence to a single person. So when it's a single person, two people can't keep a secret, right? But one person probably can. And if they're not from this area or far enough out, they would have to recognize, there's not enough video to recognize gait. Like if I saw you and I saw you walking, I could say, okay, that's Brian Enton. I've seen him on TV, whatever, right? But we don't have enough context for somebody to say, I recognize that guy definitively. Like I see his gait, he walks a certain way. We have the face, we kind of have the build, but we lack, if we had, maybe 30 seconds to a minute more video, that would provide more context to make it easier for people to recognize him.
Do you think all the criticism of the sheriff has been fair?
No. Look, I have no dog in the hunt, so I don't think all of it's been fair, because I think some of it comes from certain corners that don't understand how investigations work. It is, look, you cannot manufacture things out of thin air. So it's like, well, why don't you have a suspect? Because we don't have one. Could things have been done better? Most places, especially when you have a major case. So if we think about it, at that same time, the shooting, I believe it was up at Brown, the police chief up there, masterful job of how you handle it, direct communication and stuff. This will be a case study, Brian, for public information officers about this, how do you handle things. So I think there's some fair criticism, as there always is in any investigation, of how somebody handled it, how they said things. I don't think everything's fair, because some of it goes to process. If you don't understand the process, then you criticize it. You don't understand. This is not TV. You don't get DNA results back in 30 minutes. Because a television show, a 1 hour show, is only 44 minutes long. I don't get my results back in 44 minutes. So some things take time. And if you have convoluted DNA, if you have mixed DNA, there is nothing that is, at this point in time, admissible in court to say, we deconvoluted that DNA. We now know for sure that between your DNA and my DNA, maybe we both were bleeding and it got mixed. There's no definitive way that has been admitted in court yet to say, that's you, that's me, we've been able to separate the DNA completely. So there's a lot of scientific things that people don't understand that give rise to the criticism. But as with anything, there'll be the issues. Did they call in the FBI? Director Patel has one story, sheriff has another. The record speaks for itself on things like that.
Do you think the guy could be dead in the doorbell camera?
I don't know. That's I put that when I talk about types of things that are known. That's unknowable at this point. We don't know. Is it permanently unknowable? That's a different statement. We don't know. At some point, when something happens and you like evidence is erased away, it's permanently unknowable. No amount of investigation will go back and recreate that evidence that was lost. So in this case, I can't answer that. What you can do is, what do we know factually, right? We know factually it hasn't been identified yet, or at least not publicly. The reward hasn't tipped the scale. There's no indication, even though there's some tradecraft that indicates that the Mexican carry, the way the pistol is, that's a term of art down there, that it could be from South Tucson, or you're not too far away from the border. Are some of those things plausible? But those are all hypotheses that have to be tested, and you have to test it against reality, physics, the time constraints, right? So if, for example, I think, like I said, the process of holding onto the vehicles and waiting for something to appear is inverted. What I would do instead, I would take, here's the vehicles I know within a 5 mile radius. How many of those vehicles what you can do is start eliminating things. I know when you were down there, Brian, you drove across the border. You said, how long would it take? Well, guess what they have down there? They got cameras. So if I see the same vehicle in the neighborhood crossing that within the appropriate time frame, I mean, you could not leave Nancy Guthrie's house and be across the border in 15 minutes. Physically impossible. We're not flying jet fighters here. But if it was an hour and a half later, that's plausible, right? So I think what you have to do is take what you have, put your time constraints around it, and start working it from there to say what vehicles that were in this area
It's
also crossed the border.
amazing that you guys
Now I
are
will
all
tell
here.
you, if it crossed the border, and you know this
This is
from being
almost
down
done,
there,
so once it's done,
we do
you got
get
about a minute left.
cooperation from the Mexican officials, but there is a different culture about investigations and about accountability and working with American law enforcement in Mexico than there is in some other countries.
Really appreciate Morgan for taking the time to talk with me. I really appreciate you guys for following along, for subscribing, for...
Okay. That was Brian Enton's latest video on the Nancy Guthrie case. It was posted about a day ago. I find it very interesting, kind of intriguing, really. He gets a lot of these like really educated people from law enforcement or investigations, retired officers, retired FBI agents that are in a position where they can talk and they can speak their mind. And I found it really interesting with a lot of what that guy said. Most interestingly to me, Mexico border crossing has a ton of cameras. Nancy's neighborhood has a ton of cameras. Not the neighborhood, but the street signs. They're most likely, unless the perp switched vehicles, they most likely have searched through the traffic cameras or any public cameras that have vehicles driving by. And within a specific time frame, the cameras in the Mexico border crossing to see if any similar cars were seen from the neighborhood to the border crossing. Let's say it takes an hour to get to the border from Nancy's. So you go from 45, let's say they're speeding, 45 minutes from the time they left Nancy's till about 3 hours afterwards. Or whatever it is. You get a time frame. See what cars were seen around Nancy's neighborhood around the time of her abduction. Use that time frame, see what cars were seen crossing the border. Are any of those cars similar? At the border, I guarantee you they have license plate readers. Makes me think that Nancy was not taken to Mexico. I do not believe she is in Mexico. I do agree where it says a no-body homicide. Meaning a homicide where they don't know where the body's at. I do believe it is a homicide. I really do. I really do think that this is 100% a homicide. Kidnapping, homicide turned kidnapping, kidnapping turned homicide. One way or the other, homicide. Oh, you guys are all worked up over the situation on Alex's chat. Anyways. So, what do I think? I also like how he said, usually, like the Nick Warways, whatever they're called, gangbangers, they drive to another town or neighborhood to commit their crime. Another county. Because if they travel to another area where they don't have a, footprint in, they can commit their crime, get out of there. And as long as they don't leave DNA or footprints, it's basically untraceable, as long as they don't see the car or anything like that. Because, the police aren't familiar with their crimes in that area. So I'm really thinking that Nico had a hunch that he really thinks that the perp lives in Phoenix. And I'm thinking Nico's right. And I really want to search that route, the back way between Tucson and Phoenix. I really wanted to search that. Myself, at least. I don't want to go out by myself, but if I have to, I will. I don't like searching by myself, but like I said, if I have to, hey, let's go with the disco cat. If I have to, I will. Yeah. I'm just thinking here. I want to find some mine shafts. Like me and I was talking to JLR about it, actually. When JLR originally hit me up and asked me if I want to go back to Tucson. He's probably already out there. He'll probably be live in the morning. But I'm thinking, man, a lot of people over the last hundreds upon hundreds of years have been dumped in really deep holes. Mine shafts. There's nothing down there to grab your body and drag it around everywhere, because coyotes fall down there, bunnies, deer, so snakes. A lot of things fall in mine shafts. They die and they get found 100 years later when a random mine explorer decides to go look at it. And I want to search mine shafts. Maybe if there's old wells, see where those are at. Something that's at least 100 feet or deeper. Something I can drop my GoPro in. I might have to get some more rope or a string or something. Something I can drop my GoPro in and pull it up and see what I see. See what we see in there. Nico is not going to Arizona at this time. He does want to go back, and I will go back and I will meet up with him gladly. But at this time, he does not want to. He's unable to go right now. At this time, he's got other cases he's working on. I do think there is a tie to Phoenix. I really do. Yes, we are live. Hold on, my phone is off. So, also, somebody just sent me an email. Hi, Jacob. How can we help you with your fuel? What? Someone said, hi, Jacob. How can we help you with your fuel? Right there, that link where it says Linktree. All my links are right there if you're interested in anything. It also has all my socials. But I don't know. How did not camera have the car? This is weird. How did not one camera have the car they took her away with? That one right there. Hello. That one right there. I mean, that neighborhood, Nancy's neighborhood, is so like, the houses are on large pieces of property. The growth, like the, whatchamacallit growth, is like the shrubbery, the shrubbery around there. The overgrowth is so thick that most people that do have cameras on their houses, you can't even, most of the houses you can't even see from the road. 30 feet off the road, you can't even see if you walk 30, 40 feet off the road, you can't see the person that just walked off the road. Yeah, I was also told, it's a rumor that I was told was, they have traffic cameras, but they don't have recording because of some weird voting. And it's also extremely dark. Like it's legit pitch black out there. That's one of the few places where when I'm there at night by myself, I get really creeped out. like legit, I get creeped out, bro. Because of how dark it is. They have a light ordinance because there is an observatory, like a telescope looking thing up in the mountains that stares at the stars, and they don't want any light pollution in that area. So Pima County has a light ordinance. Pima County and Tucson. You only emit your property, your house, your buildings. You guys can only emit so much light, and your lights can only be so bright. Me, where I live at, my house is lit up like a candlestick, and I got cameras 360 degrees around my house. I can go on my phone right now and I can look at my dog hanging out in my backyard. You know, my neighbor's dog breaks through the fence. I'm gonna have it on camera. You can't walk up to my house. You can't even drive by my house without being on camera and having your license plate recorded. It's lit up, and I'm very big on security. Nancy's neighborhood, it's pitch black. Most of those people are complacent. Before Nancy was abducted, I guarantee you at least half those neighbors left their doors unlocked at night. The scariest thing in that neighborhood was the javelinas. Even though 1.5 miles, 2 miles away, there's a bunch of homeless, a bunch of drug addicts. But in the Catalina foothills, it's richy, uppity, like higher class. I like to be left alone kind of people. I'm kind of bougie, I'm kind of richy kind of people. So it's just kind of weird, you know. It is. It's really just kind of weird. Yeah, I have 5.5 hours left if I don't pull over. 5.5 hours left. About 400 miles. About 400 miles left. Dude, if I'm going 10 miles over the speed limit, these people are all passing me up, man. What the heck? I'm kind of hungry right now. Yeah, no, Nico isn't coming out for this trip, as far as I know. Thank you. So happy I'm going back. Thank you. I'm glad I'm going back too. God bless you. Holy cow, we got 800 people in the chat. At least that's what it says. So, is it dusty out, man? Oh, it said wind. Gusty winds possible. Heavy wind, heavy gust. Why don't I kind of just want to get there. I mean, at this rate, I'll be there about 4:30 in the morning. I want to... I was just thinking some food when I have to fuel up. I got about 140 miles to have to fuel up. So, I'm going to get out of California as soon as possible. California is like, ew, brother. my thing just freeze? What's going on here? Let's see if I think I just broke my tablet. I just broke YouTube. Yui Tooby Booby. Thank you. Once we're back, hop in the chat. Let me know we're back, please, and thank you. I guess I'm back. I don't know. We'll have to have a talk with AT&T. We should be good now. I just turned off thingy. You're back for now. Is Alex still alive? He is. He's doing a panel.
Let's see, I invited Ted. Let me see if I can get this fucking song.
We're live, I think.
Ted? Is that you? Hold on.
Is he not live? Oh, his live stream ended. Oh, it just ended. Oh, wow. Bummer. Shout out to my boy Alex from Criminal Network. Let's go! Okay, he just shut down for the night. Hell yeah, brother. scared of Gigi? Who's Gigi? 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 Who is that? I don't know who that is. Coachella Valley, let's go! Coachella Valley. My wife? That's not my wife. Oh, I don't know which one's Gigi, but I don't even know who was in the right or who was in the wrong or who was the aggressor or not aggressor. I just listened to the fight and was like, damn, Daniel, back at it again, Daniel. In the left corner, we have that one girl. In the right corner, we have the other girl. And for the referee, we have Ted investigates. Let's go, Ted. Yeah, I don't know what started it though. In the right corner, weighing in at 125 pounds, 5'2", we got the spunk, the one, the only, the girl on the phone, weighing in on the right corner at 127.5 pounds, 5'4". We have the one, the only, the other girl on the phone. And reffing this fight, weighing in at 150 pounds, 5'7", buff as hell, Mr. Ted investigates. And in the audience, we have 2,000 viewers on YouTube. And they're going to be posting about this all over X and Facebook. Weighing in at a combined weight of 200,000 pounds. We have the viewers ranging from sizes, weights, and testimonies. We have our one, the only, the true witnesses to this fight on Criminal Network. We owe it to you, the viewers. You guys can tell me who truly won this fight. Hello, hello. Cheers! Let's go! Hold on. Let's go! Round one! We got Gigi. Gigi's whooping her ass. Oh crap, she got a pinned! She got a pinned! Time out. Okay, hold on, guys. Nope. You know what? Get back, go back! Sound the bell, go! There we go. You let him fight. Oh my God. I definitely need another Red Bull. Holy crap, how many likes do we actually have right now, guys? Hop in the chat. How many likes do we have? How I'm kind of interested to know, how many likes do we have? How far can you go? Dad's Gone Live. Drink a Red Bull. In the red corner. Weighing in at 295 pounds. 4'1". He's the size of a bowling ball, but weighs 10 times more. We have Dad's Gone Live. In the right corner, weighing in at 125 pounds, we have Gigi, 5'2". She's a whole lot of spunk. She's a whole lot of spunk, and she gonna whoop that ass. Okay, you ready? Here we go. Ref, sound that bell. Let's go. Dad's Gone. Ah! Dad's Gone Live. Wave the white flag. Dad's Gone Live back down. Dad's Gone Live back down. Dad's Gone Live. Don't let no GG. Hell no, brother. She whooped my ass. Hey, we got 800 likes, guys. If you like my silly sound effects, you gotta hit the like button. If you're literally watching me drive right now, you owe me a like. Let's go. Your mom already got a hold of you, says, told you it's time to get some sleep. Let's go. Let's go. What's up, Michelle? Thank you. I don't even know which one's Gigi. Was she the black chick or the other lady that dropped the N-word supposedly? Was she the chick that was like really upset, or was she the lady that allegedly dropped the N-word? Oh, I'm getting canceled? Why can't you say black? Gigi's coming for me now. Why? I'm on Gigi's side. She whooped my ass. I got Gigi's back, man. And Gigi for the win. Knocks out Dad's Gone Live. He's laying on the ground. He's snoring. Gigi, how do you feel about this win? Well, all I gotta say is, don't fuck with me. Dad's Gone Live. What do you have to say about your loss? We got news incoming. What's the news? What's the news? Someone called the cops on 857 for allegedly parking. Oh, TMZ released a video.
10% or 5%.
Interesting. So an insider has told you that there is actually new equipment specifically for this investigation that has been dedicated.
I can say if they get a viable profile, genetic genealogy will definitely solve it, and it will be solved within weeks, in my opinion. And that is because the FBI genetic genealogy team is ready to go on this. You know, if they get that viable SNP profile, they will be working night and day on this. And as I've said in other interviews too, I believe...
That was horrible. Oh, Nancy Guthrie or Nancy Grace and TMZ gets into it. Oh, what?
All I care about now is finding Mrs. Guthrie. I do not care about local politics or crucifying nanos. They'll be out of office soon enough without my help. So I advise that we focus on the facts and what can be done to find Mrs. Guthrie.
Well, I think it's a relevant speaking point considering how they did conduct this case. There were gloves from detectives left at the scene, which actually pushed the possibility that we could find Nancy Guthrie back quite a bit. And if it was handed over to the FBI sooner, one could make the argument that there would be a higher rate of possibility that we found Nancy Guthrie. So I disagree. I do think it's a relevant talking point.
Well, obviously, your question that you're stating now doesn't match with your last question. You asked me to comment on Nanos' ego. Now you're asking me about major missteps in this investigation. Those are two very different things. His ego has nothing to do with major fails in this investigation. The first major fail was to not bring in the feds. Sir, I have investigated literally countless homicides and missing people cases, much less other felonies. The fact that Nanos fought the feds' intervention may have been the single worst blow to this case. What that has to do with his ego doesn't matter now. The feds are in charge of this investigation, and I thank heaven for that. All I I care about now is finding Mrs. Guthrie. I do not care about local politics or crucifying.
Okay. Ooh, Long Crime Network. Let's listen to this.
She was taken in. It's one of the most puzzling cases in recent history. Now, the Pima County Sheriff is telling all, and we're breaking down all the bombshells. This is Scandal, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Sierra Gillespie. From afar, it seems like the search is still at a complete standstill, but according to the sheriff heading the investigation, that's not the case. He says it's still a very active investigation, and now he's telling all. From the FBI's involvement to DNA swabs and what the sheriff calls thousands and thousands of videos to sift through, we're breaking down where the investigation is at right now, what the latest details are, and when we could hope to see some answers. At this point, you know the story. 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie, mother to Today Show co-host Savannah Guthrie, was last seen on January 31st at her home in Tucson, Arizona. Now, Nancy had been out to dinner with her son-in-law and her daughter and then returned home. And it was the next day when Nancy didn't show up to church that friends and family started to get a little concerned. That's when Nancy was reported missing, and since then there's been a lot of information that's come forward, like the now infamous security camera video taken from outside of Nancy's home and a glove that was found nearby. But even with these seemingly strong leads, we still don't know what happened to Nancy or where she is. And enter the Pima County Sheriff. Now, our booking team here at Law and Crime has reached out to him, hoping to sit down one-on-one, ask him all of our burning questions. So far, we haven't heard back, but we do know he has spoken exclusively to People magazine. He told them, quote, "There's frustration because people want to know, but this is just like any other case. Sometimes you solve them within hours or days. Sometimes it takes a long time. My team, I've said all along, they're gonna solve this. I fully 100% believe that. But the question is, how will they solve it? According to the sheriff, his team is still getting lots of help from the public. He said, quote, "Right now, I think our focus is on the tips, the leads, and the evidence we have in front of us. Digitally, the camera footages, as well as biological, the DNA, and those type of things." And that's something we see a lot in almost all of our cases. There are security cameras and CCTV everywhere, and a lot of people have Ring or Nest cameras outside of their homes, and all of that evidence is really good, but it can be overwhelming. Back to the sheriff, he said, quote, "There's thousands and thousands of video out there from intersections and Ring cameras that we have to catalog. Maybe it's all the white trucks are over here, all the red sedans are over here. You gotta have it so that when you do find a suspect, hey, the suspect is John Doe. We got it. Now we go and say, well, what else do we know about John Doe?" So to zero in on a suspect, the sheriff says his team begins by building up a digital map and then working backwards to narrow in on the suspect to compare it all to. Oh, he drives a white truck. Were there any white trucks in the area at the time? Oh, John Doe has this cell phone number. You back up to those pieces of evidence that you gathered early on to try to make your case. But on top of all of that digital evidence, like Ring camera or cell phone evidence, there's also DNA. And as we've reported right here on Law and Crime, early on investigators found blood on the crime scene. Now, this was later determined to be Nancy's own blood, but there was other DNA found at the scene too. However, it's yet to be matched with any suspects. The sheriff told People, quote, "I know we have DNA that is unknown who the contributor or depositor is, but I think they're getting closer to finding out who that was. When the labs tell us, hey, there's nothing else we can do, well, then maybe we've got a problem. We've got a cold case. But right now, the labs aren't telling us that." And this is a big criticism, by the way, that the sheriff has faced, that the evidence was allegedly mishandled in the investigation.
No,
according to his
not
interview
AI.
with People magazine, he denies that. About the search, he said, quote, "The plane was started immediately. They found blood. Search and rescue looked at the scene and realized it seemed suspicious. They did exactly what they were supposed to do. There's also been some reports of a rift between local law enforcement, meaning the Pima County Sheriff's Department, and federal investigators, meaning the FBI. Just this month, FBI Director Kash Patel appeared on the Hang Out with Sean Hannity podcast, where he said, quote, "What we, the FBI, do is say, hey, we're here to help. What do you need? What can we do?" And for 4 days, we were kept out of the investigation. However, the sheriff pushes back on all of this. He told People, quote, "Director Patel has his rights to his opinions, but the FBI was with us day one. We've always had a working relationship." So according to the sheriff, state and federal investigators are still hard at work. He didn't really give us hard and fast specifics, which we're going to dive into during today's interview, so stick around for that. But the sheriff did mention the mounting pressure of it all. He said, nobody wants to make a false arrest. Nobody wants to falsely accuse somebody. At some point in time, someday, we may have somebody in a courtroom that deserves his or her right to have a fair and impartial trial. The way you get that is through a fair and impartial investigation. But at this point, we the public feel no closer to having any answers. The sheriff mentions that and the difficulty the Guthrie family too must be experiencing. He said, quote, "The public is frustrated. Even the Guthrie family, every passing second must feel like 100 days because they don't know. What matters is moving forward carefully so we don't make mistakes or falsely accuse somebody or make a bad arrest." And we can't forget the level of star power behind this case. Millions of Americans regularly wake up with Savannah Guthrie in their kitchens, starting their day off with the Today Show, and for her own mother to disappear. The publicity of this missing persons case was giant. So too were the allegations of ransom requests that even the Guthries have addressed in posts on social media.
We too have heard the reports about a ransom letter in the media. As a family, we are doing everything that we can. We are ready to talk. However, we live in a world where voices and images are easily manipulated. We need to know, without a doubt, that she is alive and that you have her.
DGL wasn't funny, it was like high schooler. Who, me? I'm not funny?
We want to hear from you, and we are ready to listen. Please, reach out to us.
Savannah Guthrie herself has been outspoken, saying her family has received numerous ransom demands, but only 2 that could possibly be authentic. She said on a recent appearance on the Today Show, quote, "Well, the investigation is still going, and people have worked tirelessly, and we see that, but we need answers. We could not be at peace without knowing." Since Nancy's disappearance, the FBI has reported receiving at least 13,000 tips. Since then, according to the sheriff's recent interview, the tips have not stopped. He said, quote, "We still get calls, we still get tips, even if the tip is from last night, 102 days later, because it might be somebody calling saying, somebody in this neighborhood doesn't look right. We tell our folks here in Pima County, if you see something suspicious to you, call us." All right, so the sheriff answered some questions, but I still have so many more, like namely, where is Nancy? Let's bring on today's guest to ask that question and so many more. It's retired police sergeant Troy Hillman, author of Chasing Down the Zombie Hunter, the true story of a small town accountant, an elite group of detectives, and Arizona's most terrifying cold case. And as you heard there, Troy is out of Arizona where all of this is happening. So Troy, great to see you. Thank you for coming on Scandal. And let's start with the newest info, the fact that the sheriff has come out, dropped a couple of bombshells in his exclusive interview with People magazine. What were your big takeaways from that interview?
Yeah, it was interesting. I think it was time for some form of update. It's been over the 100-day mark, so I think it was incumbent upon him to say something. But basically, he kind of revisited some of the same topics that he had already covered, which was, they're still reviewing video evidence, they're still looking at the DNA, they're still reviewing the tips. So to me, there was some nuggets of maybe possible new information, but there really wasn't a lot. It was just kind of like, hey, we haven't forgotten about this, we're working hard, and it takes a lot of time to go through all this information.
Yeah, it's tricky. He's in a tough spot because honestly, everyone wants answers. Of course, the Guthrie family, number one, paramount. But all of America, and honestly, maybe even parts of the world, have been watching this case, assuming that it would be wrapped up much sooner than it is. Like your point, it's been more than 100 days since all of this. And something I found interesting in the interview with the sheriff is that he said, my team is gonna solve it. I've said it from day one. I'm confident we're going to solve it. That to me, I mean, he's got confidence, but is it too far to say, nope, we're almost there, we're going to solve it? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I always told my families, don't give up hope. There's new advances, new techniques. All you need is one little morsel of information to lead you in a certain direction, and then the whole case could unravel and you could solve it. So never give up. But also, and I hope when he's including his team, it's also the federal authorities, because I know there's been a little bit of a beef between the local and feds at this point. Some things have been said. So, I think, don't give up hope. It's not by no means what we call a cold case at this point, and you just got to keep looking at information and finding that missing puzzle piece. It's somewhere in there.
Yeah, I mean, you never know what is going to be the thing that really triggers, the waterfall, essentially. Like this one little tip leads to all these other things, and all of a sudden we have our suspect. So you're right, I think, in saying never give up hope. They're still investigating it. But something you pointed out too, this is kind of interesting. With this case, there has been beef, as you called it, between the local, so the Pima County Sheriff's Department, and then the federal, meaning the FBI here. And okay, so I'm just going to take you back. I love Criminal Minds. It's one of my favorite shows ever. It's about the behavioral analysis unit of the FBI. And they always talk about, in the show, they say like, well, we have to be invited in by the locals. Is that true? Would the Pima County Sheriff's Department need to invite the feds in for this case? Because according to the FBI director himself, we were there, we were ready to go, but for 4 days, Pima County didn't want us there. Whereas the Pima County Sheriff says, we had them from the start. So, long question, do they have to be invited in, the FBI?
That's a great question. It's a tough one, but technically it is the jurisdiction of, knowing what they knew at the time, it was the county sheriff. That was their investigation. If they had direct evidence that the perpetrator or the victim had gone across state lines, then the FBI could intercede. And there's also, if this looked more like a kidnapping, the FBI would have jurisdiction. But typically, it's a kind of a meeting of the minds. The FBI is there to basically provide resources, such as their labs, their digital forensic experts, the BAU that you referred to come in. But at that point, the first couple days were bizarre because it started out just as a missing person, and then it led to hey, there's blood, there's evidence of that she was abducted, and then it just kind of unfolded from there. So the truth is probably somewhere in the middle, between each side. But unfortunately, things there are egos in law enforcement that get involved. So sometimes those come into play.
It's tricky because, to your point, when this first started, a lot of people were thinking, okay, this is an 84-year-old woman. We have something in our country, called Silver Alert, where it's somebody who maybe has, dementia or Alzheimer's. We've seen this where, they get lost or they get confused or they're sundowners. So at first, everyone kind of was like, okay, does she maybe, does she have dementia? Does she have something? And then immediately the sheriff is like, no, she's smart as a whip. It has nothing to do with that. Savannah Guthrie and her family came out and said, no, she's sharp as a tack, I think that they said. And it's nothing to do with that. And then you're right. We saw the blood. We saw the video from the Ring camera. So much going on. And so I can understand how everyone, FBI, local law enforcement, everyone wants an answer. But to your point, there are egos involved in all of this. And that's another thing, too, is that the Pima County Sheriff himself has received kind of a lot of flack for this because people are saying, what is taking so long? It's been more than 100 days. Is this guy just not prepared for all of this? It's small town Tucson. Was he not prepared for this national manhunt situation? I mean, what are your thoughts with that? And again, I'm not trying to cast stones. I know that this is a really uphill battle, and it seems to me that he wants Nancy found and is working hard toward it. But what do you think about the criticism that he's faced?
Yeah, I think he was put in a bad spot from the start. I know if it was me personally, I would have had probably my public information officers who are more adept at speaking to the media, cover a lot more of the detailed and the nuances of the investigation, and I kind of would have stayed high level had I been the sheriff, but then again, that's my opinion. I think he was trying, I think he's genuinely a good guy, and he's trying to put out information as best he can, and I think at the beginning maybe he put out a little bit too much because there is a delicate balance between, you don't want to put out too much because it sends the investigation down certain tunnels or certain avenues that you don't want it to go. So I always call it a tightrope because you're trying to give the community information. You've got all kinds of influencers, you've got all kinds of social media, you've got internet sleuths trying to figure this out, and they want to help, but you have to kind of balance that with, hey, let's let our investigators do their job and methodically plod through this investigation, because ultimately they're the ones that are going to have to testify in court if and when she's found, and then if and when we get the perpetrator.
Yeah, and that's something that the sheriff said too in his interview is, we have to maintain the integrity of all of this, because let's say this does go to a courtroom one day, if there's a trial, to your point, these people are going to have to testify that they follow the protocol, they follow the procedure. So, in the end, everyone wants justice. If there is some sort of criminal case here, we need to make sure that everything is right. And I guess when I'm hearing about this, it kind of jogged my memory when you were talking about, walking that tightrope. If we go back to the Idaho 4, this happened in November 2022, 4 college kids are murdered. If you recall from that time, everyone was like, what is going on? The Moscow Police Department, get your stuff together, you guys. Like, you're giving us nothing. And then all of a sudden they're like, oh, a month later, we've had this guy, Brian Koberger. We've been searching after him for a long time. We just couldn't tell you, the public. So I'm wondering, is it possible that it's something like that we, the public, are like, oh my God, Pima County, get it together, when in reality they have more info than they're letting on?
Yeah, totally. We probably know 25% of what they know, and that's by design. It's not they're trying to be malicious or trying to not communicate with the community, but they're trying to hold back because what they don't want is somebody to go try to put themselves in danger. If it were to leak who the perpetrator was, they would maybe go and confront them, and then that would be a bad situation. So you want to let the police do what they do and what they're trained to do, and methodically do it. So I've never thought, I think they're working diligently on this case. I think they've pulled in the resources they've needed to work it, and so that's never been a question to me. But again, that's based on my law enforcement background.
And honestly, the sheer amount of tips that they've received, it's in the thousands that they have. The sheriff himself said, we're going through thousands and thousands of video. So to me, I mean, even part of that, it's been 100 days and people are like, okay, the clock is ticking, but is it just potentially that there's an overwhelming amount of evidence? I mean, even for my job, sometimes I have to go through videos and body cam, for instance, it can be hours and hours. And if you're going frame by frame, because anything could be a clue, I mean, could that be what's taking so much time?
Yeah, absolutely. And I go back to the Canal murders that we spent 3.5 years as a cold case group solving. We had around about 1,000 tips on a list, and trying to go through each what we call a creepy guy and vet them out and say, hey, do we want to go get this guy's DNA? Do we not? It takes a lot of time because you don't want to miss anything, but you also have to keep moving forward. So yeah, it's massive, and the amount of cameras that are out there now in streets, intersections, and businesses and residences. You have to look through each one of those, and yeah, it takes a tremendous amount of manpower to pour through all that. And then the tips that come in, because some of them are just downright silly, but other ones have some meat, or if they've called back several times and have further information, those need to be looked at more. So my guess is, they're just going back through that list and saying, okay, let's isolate the ones that are really good, that we need to go back and revisit.
Yeah, it's tough because it's so great that everyone has Ring cameras. I mean, it has helped solve so many crimes, and we have things caught on cam and, you know, the CCTV, everything, great. But at the same time, to your point, overwhelming with the amount that they have to go through. I mean, I'm just thinking about the city block outside of my house. The amount of cameras that are out in, you know, this one block would be, you know, at least a dozen. So, I mean, it's hard when you're talking about such a long time frame and going through like, there's just a lot to go through. And I guess now the questions I have to ask you are a bit more asking you to speculate, because we're talking about somebody who may have done this. With your background, you know, for profiling a suspect or suspects, what type of person do you think would have done something like this?
You know, this one's one of the most challenging investigations that I've ever kind of read about. And again, I don't have the case file. I don't have access to all the information they have, so it's really hard for me to say. But looking at the video, if that truly was the abductor, it looked kind of junior varsity in terms of the stuff he was wearing, how he was wearing things, you know, the holster, the gloves, you know, trying to cover the camera. So to me, that it's odd. I find it so odd that nobody called in saying, hey, I know who that is, I know how to walk, I know, you know, the eyebrows, I know, you know, that person shops at Walmart where the stuff was allegedly purchased. To me, that's just odd that nobody, and that may speak to he's from out of town. So, you know, there's different paths you could go down. I mean, you know, this could go, I mean, any different direction. This could be, I have to look at motive. And to me, I keep coming back to the motive would be something with Savannah, because she's famous, and then some, you know, somehow in her life, and I again don't want to blame her, but I've heard speculation about this, but somehow somebody wants to get even with her or wanted to stop her from doing something, or, you know, that to me would be the motive.
It's so hard, because I mean, I'm not going to say the same job as her at all, but I also am a reporter front facing, and just from like people who are in my Instagram, you know, DMs or comments, sometimes people feel like they know you, or some people feel like, you know, we're pals. Some people hate these, you know, and she is on this national, if not international stage, in people's living rooms, in their kitchens. So maybe people do feel like they really know Savannah Guthrie. She, you know, people know where she's from. She has a whole Wikipedia page. They can go back and look at her mom, who was on the Today Show, and not her fault at all, but it makes things a lot more complicated. And I guess that leads into the toughest question I can ask you here is, what do you speculate happened? I mean, some people have talked about Mexican involvement, also the desert of Arizona. Could Nancy be there? I mean, there's so many different routes that this could go. What are just your thoughts?
Well, I just know that trying to move whether or not she was alive when you know she left the property, but everything I read was she was not very ambulatory, able to walk really well. So trying to move her to a distance, she had to have been moved to me in a car. So it's bizarre that nobody, you know, no Ring cameras in the neighborhoods picked up, you know, that car. Maybe it has.
Hit the like button.
I don't think she was dragged out in the desert. That would have been considerably difficult. I think she was maybe put in a vehicle and transported. That would be my thought. As to where it is hard to say. It is odd that there's a huge reward out. I mean, it grew to over $1 million, and nobody, you know, has basically, you know, stepped forward to claim that. So that's odd to me too. There's just so many odd pieces to this investigation that you know, hopefully it'll all eventually they'll put it together somehow. You know, it's hard to say if Nancy's safe at this point. It's not looking good because of her medical history and her need for medicine, but who knows. But hopefully, you know, resolution, she'd come back alive, and then you'd find the perpetrator and you'd hold them accountable, and then we'd have the missing pieces of this puzzle. But yeah, this is I'm just going to say it's a hell of an investigation.
No, it really is. And I mean, to your point, we have seen miracle cases. Elizabeth Smart was rescued after almost a year. JC Lee Dugard, I think, was 18 years. And then, you know, these perpetrators were able to be prosecuted. So miracles do happen. It's possible. And I hope for a positive resolution for the Guthrie family, because this must have been, you know, and ongoing is just really, really tough to have to talk about. Or really, like you said, a hell of an investigation, a crazy, crazy case. Troy Hillman, thank you for coming on Scandal and talking with us about it today.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Sierra.
If you have any information about the whereabouts of Nancy Guthrie or have any sort of tip, please report it to the Pima County Sheriff's Department or the FBI.
They won't take it seriously.
Hey guys, so kind of a strange situation unfolding in Tucson, Arizona and Pima County, which is where Nancy Guthrie obviously went missing, between the Pima County assessor, a woman named Suzanne Druby, and the Sheriff Chris Nanos. The assessor, she spoke to the Arizona Republic, says that the sheriff actually scolded her for providing information to the FBI related to the Nancy Guthrie case. She said it was inferred that we were creating a lot of additional work for the sheriff's department due to us providing this information to the FBI and them having the responsibility to follow up on all those leads that were provided. I felt like there was an insinuation that I had done something wrong by cooperating with the FBI. Again, this is what the assessor, Suzanne Druby, told the Arizona Republican, that she had this very intense confrontational phone call with Sheriff Chris Nanos. And if you look back at history, I mean, obviously we've reported there's been a rift. Oops. Hey guys, so kind of a strange situation unfolding. I and the sheriff, but the with Sheriff Chris Nanos. And if you look back at history, I mean, obviously we've reported there's been a rift between the FBI and the sheriff, but the fact that, according to the assessor, the sheriff was upset with her for cooperating with the FBI is just sort of the latest twist in this whole thing. Hey.
Oh, wow. Dude, there is rare jaguars in Arizona. Holy, south of Tucson, the mountain south of Tucson. What? No way. That's so cool.
Right now, though, we want to switch to a story closer to home here in the U.S. out of Arizona. Video footage of jaguars in southern Arizona is extremely rare, but the region's newest cat has shown up on the camera multiple times lately. This new video, released this week by the Center for Biological Diversity, capturing a rare wild jaguar moving through a Sky Island mountain range south of Tucson, Arizona. The video you see here offers a striking glimpse at one of North America's most endangered mammals. For more on this, let's bring in Russ McSpadden, Southwest Conservation Advocate at the Center for Biological Diversity. Thanks for joining us, Russ.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Shauna.
Some pretty cool video coming out of Arizona. We'll pull that back up, but can you tell us exactly when and where this was taken, and tell us about some of the different species? We see quite a few different animals walking past this camera. Let's pull that video back up as you explain.
Yeah, so, I went to go and check this camera in a Sky Island mountain range south of Tucson, about 40 miles, on Monday. And I pulled the memory cards from this one. I sat at this very spot as I was, changing batteries in this camera, and then brought it back, to my office later that afternoon and flipped through all of the detections. And this jaguar appeared. I have had this camera in this canyon since 2019. I've never seen a jaguar on there. I've seen a lot of these other species that you see here, mountain lion and bear and deer and ringtail and fox are all in there, bobcat as well. But you know, I almost leapt out of my seat because it's really exciting. I have detected a jaguar before in a different mountain range, but I was just really excited to see this one. This cat was first seen back in November of 2025 by another organization, and they nicknamed him Cinco because it's the 5th cat that they have detected since 2011, the 5th jaguar they've detected in Arizona. And I can say this is probably the largest jaguar I've ever seen in Arizona.
Someone just said, did Nancy get eaten by a jaguar? Do I think a jaguar broke into her house, took her, left a trail, hopped in the car with Nancy, drove away, and then ate her somewhere on the side of the road? No, I do not think a jaguar ate Nancy Guthrie.
He's just a really big, bulky male. It's an incredible thing to see. You know, but the U.S. Southwest has been habitat for jaguars for millennia. You know, before it was the United States. They were nearly extirpated in the 1900s by predator control programs, and currently there is only a breeding population. There are only females south of the border in Sonora, Mexico. The last female in Arizona was killed in 1963. And so it's incredible to see, you know, this cat came up from the breeding population in Mexico in Sonora and has now taken up residence in the mountains just south of Tucson.
That's a really cool sight to see, and also interesting that you recognized this jaguar. You said they've actually named him Cinco. How did you know that was the same jaguar that was spotted in the past?
Yeah, so jaguar rosettes, or the spots that you see on the side of their body, they're very much like a human fingerprint. You can look at a pattern of 2 or 3 of them, and they are absolutely unique. No jaguar has the same pattern. It only took about 30 seconds. I pulled up, you know, I took a still of this jaguar image that I got on Monday and looked at it with other known recent jaguars in Arizona, and it was, you know, clear as day that this is Cinco. This was a cat that had been seen previously.
And jaguars are endangered both here in the U.S., also in Mexico, and their future really depends on conservation efforts like what you all do at the Center for Biological Diversity. So can you tell us the biggest factors that are contributing to putting their future at risk, and then also what can we all do as a society to help protect jaguars and other endangered species like this?
So jaguars are really wide-ranging species. You know, their home territory could be anywhere between 20 miles to 100 miles that they move about, you know, within just a matter of months. And so the loss of habitat, wildlife connectivity, is certainly the biggest threat for jaguars. They need lots of room to roam. And in Arizona and northern Mexico, that comes down to a couple of big things: new road projects, border wall, which is going up across Arizona as we speak, including a second border wall in some places, including the place where this jaguar most likely roamed, and also open pit mining and other projects that just sort of take large chunks of habitat away from this species. And so, you know, what can the average person do? I think it's, you know, pay attention to the wild places that jaguars need to live. The Skyline Mountains in southern Arizona are a perfect example. And talk to your local politicians, talk to your representatives about the importance of protecting connectivity between these mountain ranges.
Yeah, really cool. And Rick,
that's pretty cool.
just ran into was in the middle of dumping.
No, I'm not about to fall asleep. I was trying to pull up a video. I'm good. I'll pull over in Arizona. Expert reveals key that can help find.
Tell me a little bit about cadaver dogs and how they could be used to find Nancy Guthrie.
Cadaver dogs, human remain detection dogs, are highly trained specifically for this. They have the ability to detect invisible odors that are not detectable by humans. And they could go out in all kinds of environments. There's volunteer organizations all over the country. They train regularly to find human remains. They are going to be instrumental recovering Nancy, who sadly I predicted lost her life very early on in this incident. They should have been utilized in this case. The sheriff's decision not to use them is baffling to me. It really boils down to incompetency. He just made decisions. He doesn't delegate to people.
I have investigated literally countless homicides and missing people cases, much less other felonies. The fact that Nanos thought the Fed's intervention may have been the single worst blow to this case. What that has to do with his ego doesn't matter now.
We actually spoke to the former deputy chief of the Pima County Sheriff's Office who knew Sheriff Nanos for over 40 years. And he spoke to the effect that Nanos' ego could actually be the primary reason as to
So it's officially been 100 days since Nancy Guthrie's suspected abduction from her Tucson home. And authorities say they have nothing new. However, the FBI's crime lab is continuing extensive testing on a strand of DNA recovered from Guthrie's home, holding on to hope that this sample could lead to a break in the case. This comes after FBI Director Kash Patel revealed this on Hannity's podcast. Watch.
You know, one thing I want to ask you is about, in the Nancy Guthrie case, I got frustrated because I knew from my sources they were trying to keep you guys out.
They did.
They did keep you out.
And look, here's how
time matters in an investigation.
The first 48 hours of anyone's disappearance are the most critical. And here's how these cases works. It is a state matter. It's a state and local law enforcement matter. What we, the FBI, do is say, hey, we're here to help. What do you need? What can we do? And for 4 days, we were kept out of the investigation. And when we were finally let in, Sean, look what we did. We went in and got the Ring doorbell. And we said, hey, is anyone talking to Google? I called the leadership at Google and I said, look, we know that there was not a subscription service to capture all of the data that would have been captured had there been a subscription service. But can we go into the cache? Can we go into the data before it's deleted and see what we can find? That's why you have that image, because the FBI worked with Google to put that image out.
Here now with more, the host of Crime Stories with Nancy Grace herself. So great to see you tonight, Nancy. So what can you tell us at this moment about this strand of DNA?
Well, first of all, you stated that authorities say there's nothing new. Correction. That's nanos. Did you hear that from the feds? No, because they keep their yaps shut. You've got nanos, he's like a gumball machine. That's how I compare him. It just comes down and it comes straight out. There's no filter. He just says anything. The feds are notoriously tight-lipped. So when Nano says nothing new, well, that's demoralizing, number one. But I guarantee you that there is something new, because right now, that strand of DNA, and I believe it to be a hair, is either at Quantico or it's at where many people believe it is, many legal eagles, at Astria Labs out in Santa Cruz, used by the FBI. And what they offer is single nucleotide polymorphism. That's a long phrase for a highly advanced DNA analysis. It's not like the short tandem that we often hear about. It can take, for instance, here's a good example, Charlie. They can take 1/16 of a teaspoon of bone powder and spin it out into a fully usable whole genome sequence. I know I sound like I'm talking Latin, but I'm talking DNA. That is what will save this case. It could come down to one hair. This case could hang by one hair. And the location of that hair is very important. For instance, if it was found on the mat or on the carpet, on the sofa, not as important if it's found in her bedroom. And we know from Savannah that she was yanked out of her bed around 2 o'clock in the morning in her PJs without shoes and dragged out, an 84-year-old woman. If the hair, the DNA is there, now I've got something probative.
And we feel confident, obviously, that this strand of hair is not is what they call a stranger strand of hair.
It happens a lot, believe it or not.
If it's hair, it could be some type of fluid. That could be sweat, that could be blood, that could be all sorts of things, which is much more DNA rich, but I have reason to believe it is a hair. And remember, at the get-go, Nanos blurted out that there was stranger DNA in the home, which leads me to believe that this is that stranger DNA, not a granny nanny, not a relative. And people are still pounding on Savannah Guthrie's family that they're involved. They're not.
So from the very beginning of this, we have seen Nanos not wanting to work with the FBI. There was that whole thing where local police sent the DNA down to that private lab in Florida, refusing to send stuff. What is that all about? What is going on there?
Turf battle and egos. That DNA languished at DNA International Labs in Florida for 11 weeks. We're 100 days in right now. 11 of these 14 weeks, that DNA languished there. The new lab, or Quantico, has only had it for 3 weeks. And think about this. If you can get an analysis of the DNA, it's then got to likely go through genetic genealogy, where they can take you back all the way to the Mayflower, man. and build out a family tree and then identify who is in the area at the time Miss Guthrie went missing. It's a painstaking process, but that's not the end of it. A woman in the assessment office there in Pima County has just stated she was scolded by Nanos when it was discovered her office gave the feds some information the feds asked for. Scolding a grown woman over cooperating with the feds? This has got to stop. It is not helping the investigation, but we've said all that. Where do we stand right now? This is not a movie. You're not going to leave after 2 hours and go get a hamburger and go, wow, that was a great flick. That's not happening. This is a war, and wars can be long, and they are always brutal. This is going to take time. It's not going to resolve in an hour. Now is the time to dig into the trenches and keep fighting.
You know, we all know that the first, couple of weeks, couple of days, couple of hours are the most important. Where would you put your level of confidence that they will get to the bottom of this?
I have great confidence we will get an answer. I said this is a war. Law enforcement is going to win the war. Think of what they're going through right now. We know of about 10,000 hours worth of video surveillance. You've got license plate readers. You've got digital data dumps of who was in the area at the time she went missing. You have fingerprints. You have fiber evidence. You've got so much evidence to wade through. And there's not going to be a big Hollywood moment where it's, aha, he did it. It's going to be the result of painstaking hours and hours and hours, hundreds of hours, thousands of hours of research. That will win the day.
Interesting. probably gonna drive into Arizona. Yeah, I'm gonna pull over in Arizona, guys. Probably sleep for like 4 hours, 3 hours. We'll see. Fall asleep watching some stuff on the tablet. Hey, we hit 12,200 subs. Let's go. That's so cool. Yeah, never get too comfy, folks. Never get too comfy. The jewels, it's just like sending a dono. AJW, new update. On the lake bone he found. Stay awake, David. Let's go. First super chat. Let's go. Thank you so much, David. So setting like, we still get, it's just like a super chat. YouTube takes their small cut out of it and we get our cut. It's just another way to send your creator monetized donations, like, you know, money. The best way obviously is PayPal, Cash App, and Venmo, because they don't take their cut, but it still helps out a lot, tremendously. If that makes any sense. Sleep till sunup? I might. 6 a.m. Get there about, let me see, how far am I from Tucson? About 4 hours out. Yeah, I probably could. Thank you, Hannah. Let's go. Hey, we got a lot of gifts. What? Both of you guys that just sent those gifts, thank you so much. Holy Toledo. Okay, YouTuber gave me 1,000 to support y'all. Oh, that's cool. So I think 1,000 is like $10. If I'm right, every 100 equals $1, so 1,000 would be $10. That's pretty neat. Shout out to YouTube, man. Shout out to YouTube. She's my cherry pie. Tastes so sweet, make a grown man cry. Well, that's cool. Hey, let's go. High five. Boing. Hey, we got a star. Let's go. Let's not sing more DGL. What? No way. She's my cherry pie. Make a grown man cry. Hey, Disco Kitty, nah, 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 nah. Turn it up. No, I'm not in Tucson yet. let's go with the gifts. Hoi. Yeah, I don't think the family's close at all. Savannah and Annie, I don't think they're close. I think there's animosity. You know, Annie seems to be struggling money-wise. Savannah seems to be rich, like filthy rich. So, just my thought. I don't think they're very close, as one should say. Lots of good luck. Who knows? Maybe we'll just stumble across where Nancy is. never, ever stop searching. Ever. I'd be banging on every door. There's 1 million people that live in that county. I'd be knocking on 1 million doors. Also, the car that's behind me now flashes lights at me earlier, so I flashed my lights at him. And then he flashes lights at the semi-truck. Everyone that gets in front of him, he flashes lights at. Kind of silly. Well, this has been under construction since I first started going to Nancy Guthrie's place. When I'm back up in the chat, let me know, please. I think we're back. Yeah, it seemed to only call on the YouTubers. Nobody else. Kind of weird if you ask me, right? We are officially in Arizona in 3, 2, 1. The truck's gonna tell me in a minute. We're here. See, look, gas price is $1 cheaper, $5.50 a gallon in California. I paid $5.90. In California, $5.90, almost $6, and now it's $4.59 just across the Arizona border. Is it ridiculously expensive? Yes, but could definitely be worse. I am on 1/8 of a tank. I had it planned out to where I was trying to plan it to where I could drive right here to this gas station. Okay, guys, I'm going to go ahead and call it. I appreciate you all. I'm going to find someone to raid. Go. And whoever you guys raid, do me a favor and spam their chat with Dad's Gone Live Raid. Is Alex live again? No, he's not live. What the heck? Neither is he. What the heck? Or he. Oh my gosh, nobody's live. Hold on. I'm gonna find somebody for you guys. Damn it, it's only Eric. Alright, well, I'm going to redirect you guys to Bakersfield, California scanner traffic. In 3, 2, 1. Thanks for watching.